All right. Welcome back to Waste Some Time with Jason Green live. It's Wednesday. That means we're live. I am Jason Green. At least the last time I checked. I am glad that you can all join me. I see we've got a full house. People are just filing in. Speaking of full house, rest in peace, Bob Saget. Anyway, we're going to talk about all kinds of things today. Maybe we'll have some people stop by. Who knows? We've got a lot to get to. Lots been going on. I don't know if anyone went to that Rock the Island, Rock and Roll Fest, or whatever they were calling it in Key West, but I saw some clips, and I'm going to give you some of my opinions. And you guys, of course, can chime in because this is really your show. I'm just here to direct traffic occasionally. We'll talk about what interviews are coming up. We'll do all that and more right after this. Just wanna waste some time with you. Sometimes it seems too good to be true. Nobody out there to waste time with that. Excuse me, just having a beverage out of my. Today we're sporting the Creature from the Black Lagoon tiki mug. Anyway, how's everybody doing? I'm going to take a look at the chat now because I see a lot of questions and comments coming in, and I'm so glad. A lot of people saying that this is their favorite part of the week, or it's the best part of the day, and work sucks, and they get to come here and sort of have some fun. So I like that. And when I started this channel, it was merely going to be this part of it was going to be rock and roll interviews. I wanted to do other things. As some of you may see on my channel, I go to these famous locations, and there's graveyards and all kinds of things. And a lot of other people do those things too. But the main part of the channel was going to be the interviews. I didn't really expect to do the live chat, but so many of you have enjoyed it and supported it that I thought doing it would be the right thing to keep going. So I see people say they're watching on their big screen. Tony's watching on the big screen. That's how I watch YouTube. I got the YouTube Premium. I watch it on my big TV, and it makes it that much more fun. There are a lot of things coming ahead for this channel, a lot of big things and a lot of big changes. We're going to get a set of some sort because this mess back here is just not cutting it. I got to get some decoration, as they say, although I'm happy that it's no frills most of the time. So we're going to get that going. I got to get a new, we're going to get some new technology. I've got some things coming on. When this began, it was really me doing everything myself, and Lee Bishop creates the artwork and the thumbnails that you see. He's got a great place, Lee Bishop Designs, where they do custom graphics and art. And so I was fortunate that he does that for me, because believe me, I can't do that. And I'm trying to edit, which is a pain in the ass, my Stephen Piercy tour diaries, which will be coming soon, which I think you'll all like. And of course my Patreon, which I run also. And I give special thanks to everybody who supports. I'll make sure that when this is over, we'll have description to that if if you haven't been there yet. And I appreciate all of these comments. And you know what, I forget that people are watching this. They're watching this at home on the replay, so they don't get to see all of your comments. And I want to make sure that we share some of them because, like I said, you guys are part of the show, and we're going to get into a whole bunch of fun things. So South Dakota, I always love to see where everyone's watching from. Hi Pat, thank you for tuning in all the way from South Dakota. Where's everybody else today? Let's see here. Oh, hey G-Man, thank you so much, and I appreciate that. And I thank everybody for these are super stickers and Patrons. And so, have you ever thought about doing a show where we visit Vegas locations from the Night Stalker TV movie with Darren McGavin, 1972? Darren McGavin, also known as the father in A Christmas Story, who gets the fragile lamp. I would love to do that, and I have thought about it. Unfortunately, most of the locations are gone because I went to do locations from the TV show Vegas with Robert Urich, and almost all, including his office, have been torn down. But there are a few things. I did do a video that's hasn't been edited yet of all the locations from Diamonds Are Forever, the James Bond movie, filmed here in Vegas, and it's really great. I also did Vegas Vacation and I went to every single location where that movie was filmed. And there's not many left that you can find. We got people watching from Ontario, Canada, Indiana. We got Canada, Illinois, Alberta, Canada. You know what I remember about Alberta, Canada? When I would watch wrestling, there was a wrestler, I think it was Iron Mike Sharp, and they say from Alberta, Canada, and I never forgot it. Cleveland, Ohio. Jay is watching from Chicago. He's watching from Seattle, but grew up in Chicago. David has a good question. It's a question that I think about myself. Bobby Blotzer played with Stephen Pearcy at a streaming event at the Whiskey. Well, it just happens that we're playing the Whiskey coming up, and I know Stephen has some special guests that I cannot announce, and some that I don't even know. And I've thought about it too. I don't like Bobby Blotzer. I haven't made a secret about that. I worked for him. He was a bad guy to work for. And so I'm going to speak with Stephen before that show. And what Stephen wants to do is up to him. But I will keep my distance. I'll be professional. And hopefully, if he knows what's good for him, he'll keep his distance too. So, but it'll be an interesting dilemma. Indiana, Minnesota tomorrow. Illinois. We got a lot of Illinois today. St. Augustine, Florida. Well, maybe you were at that Florida fest that I'm going to talk about. I don't know how far St. Augustine is, but Idaho, also known as Idaho, and yeah, Florida, love it. And Helena, you were at the Whiskey and you saw Butterside. Yeah, that they're a younger, up-and-coming kind of band, and they were at that Ultimate Jam. Yeah, I hear a lot about those jam things. All the kids are going to that. Arcadia, California, Central Florida, and well, David, that could happen. And after my interview with Donnie V, you went back and listened to his catalog. It's amazing. I agree. And we're going to talk about Enough's Enough and the current state of Enough's Enough in just a little bit. So, yes. Okay. Idaho's jumping tonight too. I'm grateful that you're all here. So let's talk a little bit, and then I'll get back to some of your questions. I interviewed Monty Melnick today. Who is Monty Melnick, you ask? He is the one and only tour manager for the world famous Ramones, my favorite band. He was with them from 1974 until 2006, their final show. I think I got the right year on that. I think I'm wrong. 96, I think. Who the hell knows? I think it's 96. Played 2,200 shows, the Ramones, and he was there for all of them. And he went to high school with Tommy Ramone. He tells some really amazing stories. He was driving the van and doing everything else when the original lineup, and he's the only one who's alive to tell those stories. He has a great book called On the Road with the Ramones, and I'll have a link for that in the interview. And because if you buy it through the link, it supports the channel, and that I appreciate. So that's Monty. So he 96. Excuse me. It all because I knew I was still living in New York. Monty was a great interview. It's tricky. I'll tell you this. Interviewing people that I am a fan of or associated with, what they're associated, is much more difficult than interviewing people that I don't know that much about. Some of these people who've been on the channel, I learned about them just like you did while doing the interview, and sometimes those interviews were great. I'll tell you, I did not know that much about Johnny Lee Middleton. He's the bass player for the band Sabotage, and he's in the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I didn't know that much about him. I did my homework. And boy, did we have a really nice conversation. If you haven't seen that one, I do recommend it. And he's had some life and been through a lot. And anyway, and there's a few of those where I wasn't necessarily a giant fan. But so I was a little nervous interviewing Monty because he had done this so many times. And the interview kind of goes all over because I was fortunate to know some of the guys in the Ramones. And so I tell him some of my stories with them. And I took out my painting. It's one of Dee Dee Ramone's last paintings, and I had it behind us. And so anyway, that interview will air this Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And if any of you guys want to log on and chat, I'll be in the chat, and we can talk Ramones. I'm happy to talk Ramones. I'll be honest with you, I screwed up on the Monty interview. I kind of pulled the Monty, as the Ramones would say. And it was 3 p.m. Eastern time. I thought it was 3 p.m. Pacific time. I woke up late, but I said, you know what? I have been talking about Ramones my entire life. I can get through this. So, Monty Melnick. Tomorrow, I have a meeting with Mark Alexander Erber from Golden Robot Records. He's been on the show, and he's a great guy. And we're going to do some sponsorship opportunities, which is what this channel really needs in order to move forward. And so we're going to have a nice meeting tomorrow to discuss that. Sin City Rejects, my band's record, is going to be re-released. It's going to get a real release finally, a formal release, and on Golden Robot, and it'll be on vinyl and all those kind of cool things. And we're deciding what to do. So, and then after that, I will be doing my interview with David Roach. We had to, for my schedule and his schedule, we had to rearrange it a few times. But Dave Roach is the singer for the band Junkyard, and he has got quite an interesting story. I like to tell you about who I'm talking to. Sometimes these interviews don't materialize. We're still waiting for Rob Affuso, right? He says every week. Kane Roberts of Alice Cooper Band. We talked again today. He says next week. He says next week a lot. This time I feel it could happen. So there's a lot of that. And then Blackie Lawless, of course. I told you all about it. I was asked. I was invited. He had a publicist set it up. Now, no callback just yet. But I know they want the exclusive to go with Eddie Trunk for a minute, and maybe we'll get it as we get closer. I see people asking about Don Dokken. We'll talk about Don Dokken when we get to this recap we're going to do of the Rockfest show. Scott Coogan's coming soon. Next month, Doro Pesch coming up. Frankie Wilsey coming soon. And today I talked to Ari Lehman, who was the actor who played Jason in the first Friday the 13th movie. He has a band called First Jason. And we are going to have him on the we're going to have him on the show. So I think that'd be a really fun one. At one point, my band Sin City Rejects was going to play a show, a few shows actually here on the West Coast with his band, and then that pandemic thing happened. So that's in the works. And then we're talking with Doyle Wolfgang von Frankenstein of the Misfits. We're talking to his people, my people, which is me, are talking to his people, which I don't know who exactly, about having him on to do a hot sauce tasting. And because he has a line of hot sauce and I want to promote it. And the Misfits is another one of my favorite East Coast punk bands. So I think he's going to come on. I think that is going to happen. And and here, so Brian's talking about how he went to the Hollywood Forever Cemetery. And yes, he saw Chris Cornell's grave. Chris Cornell's grave is just a few feet away from Johnny Ramone's grave. It is a strange thing. And as you walk through there, I went recently. I was at that cemetery when I used to live in Hollywood in the 90s. I worked at a place called Raleigh Studios. I worked for this movie company called Troma, and they had an office at Raleigh Studios. And I was living with Puck from The Real World. And this is already a surreal story, right? And he lived at Cahuenga and Yucca, and I would walk from there to Raleigh Studios on Melrose every day. And I'd cut through Hollywood Forever Cemetery. It wasn't called Hollywood Forever yet. It was called Hollywood Memorial. And I would visit some of the old, graves there, like Alfalfa from the Three Stooges and things like that. And I remember when Dee Dee was put there. He was the first of the Ramones buried there. I don't believe Johnny's buried there. They just have the statue for him. I think Johnny was cremated. We'd have to ask Linda that one. And so anyway, so I've spent a lot of time there, and there's a lot to see, and it is crazy. I'll tell you a funny story about Lloyd Kaufman. I taped this amazing interview with my former boss, Lloyd Kaufman, and then I accidentally erased it. So we're trying to get him back. I'm embarrassed. I'd like to know why the Misfits had a guitar player in the background playing his parts. It's a little bizarre. I don't think he's going to give you the most informative answer, because I think he's got to keep playing. Yeah, Blackie thinks he's going to play Animal. I think why not? Interview with Merle Allen of the Murder Junkies. That could happen. That'd be a good, interesting one. I had Steve Broy on, who's toured with him. Steve Broy from the Mentors. And Steve Broy and I are talking. Steve, if you're watching, I was serious. I'm going to come out and I'm going to wear the the Executioner thing, or you come out and play with my band, but we're going to do something together, because the question about living with Puck was one of the oddest questions, and I don't have enough time to tell it today, but maybe on another day I will get into that. I worked for MTV's The Real World for a little while. We were shooting a show called The Real World Reunion. I had Puck. This started as a Facebook show. I did this, and I had Puck on there a few times for you. So anyway, I wrote a screenplay called Puck You, and we had a deal to shop it, and there's all kinds of interesting things. And living with him was as insane. Luckily, he didn't come home a lot. And then what is the Executioner thing? Well, when you see the band The Mentors, they wear Executioner hoods, and that's how they perform. All right, I'm trying to get to as many of your questions as possible. But any chance to get a hold of Warren DeMartini? Well, funny, I have his phone number and I have his email, and the answer is he hasn't responded. Imagine that. I'm going to try it again, though. So let's talk a little bit about this thing that happened in Florida. I wish I could bring up the screen for you guys to play along, but this will be good enough, because we're working on technology, which means keep those super chats coming so that we can buy that technology. So they did this thing called Rock Island Fest 2022. The only reason I know the name of it is I'm reading off a flyer. So this was supposed to be a 4-day event of all your favorite hard rock bands. A lot of the people have appeared on this show. I want to say, I want to give a warning. I want to give a warning with peace and love, of course, that I can't completely give you my full opinions of some of the bands that play. I know that's a cop-out, but some of these bands, I'd like to have them on the show, and maybe their bands aren't as great as they once were, and some of these people are, but I'll try my best to run through this lineup, and then I'll open it up to you guys, and you guys can tell me what you thought. And like I said, I only watched a couple of these clips. So right now, let's keep the conversation to Rockfest, and which means don't ask me about Vito Braun and Warren DeMartini. So let's go through. I only watched some of the videos. Friday, January 14th. This is the lineup. Steelheart, Firehouse, Winger, Night Ranger, and Bret Michaels. Sounds pretty good to me. I actually think that this Rock Island thing might have been better than some of those cruises. Okay, starting with Steelheart. I never thought much of Steelheart. Even when they were out, okay, they had that one song, but then people started telling me that this band is great, and they have found this following, and people really like them. I'd like to have the singer on the show, and I think that probably could happen. Anyway, I think it's cool that people like Steelheart and have discovered them, and I feel like in some ways they're more popular now than they were. So I can't say that I am a giant fan, but I'm willing to listen to some more. And I know that guy can sing. So next is Firehouse. I like Firehouse. I feel like they're doing good. CJ Snare, Bill Leverty, Michael Foster, 3 out of 4 original members. I saw 2 or 3 video clips. They sounded good. CJ had an interesting outfit on, but they sounded good, and more importantly, live. He was singing. These songs like Firehouse, that's not easy to sing. When you made these records, you couldn't imagine to be singing them 25, 30 years later, and I think he sounds good. Nobody's perfect. Next is Winger, and if you're a fan of Winger, Winger's always good. If you're a fan of that music. If you don't like them, you're not going to like them, but they know how to play. I've worked with Winger. I've toured with Winger, and I can tell you that they don't. Rod Morgenstein is one of the greatest living drummers of all time. Every night, any other drummer on the bill, I can tell you, was behind the drums watching him play. I watched him play. The way he plays is incredible, and Reb Beach is amazing. He told me that. He didn't tell me. He told a waitress at a sushi restaurant once, when she asked who he was, he let her know that he is the second best finger tapper of all time. To which me and Rod Morgenstein said, who do you think is the first? And the next day we were making a video. I directed a few videos for Winger, and we finally asked him, and he said, oh, it's Eddie Van Halen. He said, I'm not really a Van Halen fan, but I know that he's the best. He's the first. So anyway, there's a little tidbit. And then next is Night Ranger. Night Ranger is not necessarily a band that I'm looking to see. I've seen them in the past when they had the original lineup. But I'm sure they're good. They've still got the original singers. The drummer sings the hits, and Jack Blades is there. And I'm sure Night Ranger was fine. I looked at 2 seconds of a clip, and it looked good enough to me. Bret Michaels, I didn't watch any Bret Michaels clips. Bret Michaels, to me, always does what he does. It's the same thing. If you like Bret Michaels, I'm sure he was good. I'm sure you like it. I prefer him when he's in Poison. Sometimes with his solo band, he does this Sweet Home Alabama, and it's like a good old boy night. And then he does What I Got by the Sublime. I think it's a little goofy, but listen, if you like Bret Michaels, he's all right. Now, the second night is Saturday, January 15th. And I'm checking to see. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. I see my favorite Donnie V song. Are you asking me? I'll ask some. Well, we're going to ask somebody else to answer that question who's more qualified than I am. There's so many Donnie songs that I like, but he's got this one called You're My Favorite Thing to Do. I like that one, among others. Okay, so Red Beach is amazing. Gotta agree. Fire Hose is consistent. I believe it's Firehouse, but okay. Steel Heart puts on a great show, but sounds a bit like David Lee Roth. Okay, I get that. Yeah, I'm with you. The singer for Steelheart, he's one of the singers in Rockstar. There was a couple different people. Let's see here. Yeah, Steelheart always delivers. And so again, I'm just trying to make sure that the people at home, I'm going to skip all these questions about where's Warren DeMartini and where is Vito Bratta and all of that. Okay, so let's see. I think you're guessing the person who canceled, I think, still. And I haven't seen anybody get it right. Okay, so let's go to the next day. The bill is Enough's Enough, Bullet Boys, Warrant, Skid Row, and Cheap Trick. Now, starting with Enough's Enough, I only saw a small clip. I did hear a rumor that Chip Z'Nuff, I believe his name is, was lip syncing. He was singing along to tracks. I know this is not a Milli Vanilli controversy, but it seems like it's accurate. I am not an expert on this, but from the video that I've seen, it did not look like this guy singing live. And then I heard he went on the Eddie Trunk show yesterday, and he said he wasn't lip syncing. To which, if you watch this video, it sure seems like he was. But we'll get back to that in a second. Next was the Bullet Boys, and I don't know what to say about this Bullet Boys. You've seen my interview with Mick Sweeta. Okay, so Lonnie Vincent was not there, Mick Sweeta was not there, and Jimmy DeAnda was not there. I watched a clip, and the guitar player was talking and jumping around, and he's playing a Dean guitar. Phil Lewis could tell him not to play those pointy guitars. I'm sure he's a nice guy. Maybe he's a great guitar player, but I don't like seeing the scabs talk too much. I like my scabs in the back, right? You have if there's only one guy in the band, keep him up front and keep the other guys in the back. And there's some guys who are really great scabs, by the way. You go see them and you don't think, oh, that guy's a fake. He's great. Unless you're the front man, you got to be up front. Otherwise, Mark Torian should be up front. The other guys should stay out of the way. They're only going to be in the band for a week or two. Sadly, the reunion didn't work out. I can't imagine the Bullet Boys climbing up a bill very much. Next is Warrant. And then Warrant, I think Warrant is what you get also. If you like Warrant, they play only Warrant songs. I think they've had other singers in the band, Jamie St. James, who I don't think worked. And I think that Robert Mason does a great job. If you like Warrant, you're going to play the songs you want. I'm not sure why Jerry Dixon is not there. I know Robbie Crane is currently playing bass. Not sure what's going on there. I heard some rumors, but I leave that to Eddie Trunk and the Walter Cronkite and Edward R. Murrow, the higher ups in the world. Skid Row. Skid Row is a tough one for me. Like, I don't want to offend anyone and not get guests on the show. I have a hard time seeing Skid Row without Sebastian Bach. I think we all feel that way. The guy they have does a better impression than some of the other guys. Johnny Solinger, may he rest in peace, or whoever, Tony Harnell, he wasn't a good fit. If you like Skid Row songs and you're there, I guess you could be entertained. I don't want to get into their problems. Next, the headliner is Cheap Trick. I don't think you can go wrong with Cheap Trick. Let's, I could go through this let's see here by myself, but I think there's just so many more qualified people who can weigh in on this. First of all, did you guys watch this Enough's Enough? Does anyone here know that Chips Enough was lip syncing? Did you watch the video? I would share it with you, but I don't want to get demonetized. It seems like such a shame that would happen. Let's go to somebody maybe who has some more insight than I do. Here's Johnny Monaco. You guys know, you guys watching probably know Johnny Monaco. And Johnny, before we get your opinion on this, I want to say that you and you came on last week and you bailed me out. Thankfully, I didn't have a guest, and you came in. And Johnny, I never know exactly what the audience is going to think when you appear. Sometimes people think, it's all shtick and all prop humor, and and then other times, they think that it's like a Monty Python, but it's not. They don't realize that this is dead serious, and
very serious,
very serious. And so, a lot of people are saying hello to you, Johnny, and they really you have become a media darling. The people love you. Your Facebook has relaunched, and you made a great video showing your being banned from Facebook, and then now your ultimate rise back. And I believe people are adding you by the million, and just in time. Facebook is probably almost irrelevant, and here you are, back on board. So Johnny, people love it, and I want to go over some of the comments that people have left over our last appearance, but we'll do that in a minute. First of all, did you see any of the Chips Enough performance at Rock La Festa home rock, whatever it's called, rock thing?
You're going right to it, right to that immediately.
I don't want people to tune out.
I did see it. Someone sent me a link and I was watching it, as I usually don't. And I was hearing something, and it's not my place to judge. Mm-hmm. I'm not a very judgmental person. But it's not really my place and I'm not judging. And I'm watching it and I'm listening to it, and it sounded kind of produced. And then when he would talk on the mic, it sounded like someone, opened the can of something and closed the can and so the two didn't line up together. I don't know what it is. I also watch a lot of Night Stalker and Columbo and Cannon, so I have a little bit of investigation blood, right? Mainly green, but there's still some red blood in me. And I was listening to it, and I'm like, I hear something going on there, and I watched carefully. And I found the exact moment when, David Copperfield, the dove came out. Mm-hmm. That's a trap door. But I mean, I really don't want to. I really don't want to start any trouble.
No, so. I don't think you do. So I watched the video myself, and he's singing a song, "New Thing," the big hit. And at one point, he looks down to see maybe what he's fretting, and his mouth is closed, and the vocals are still performing. It's not important. Believes that Chip was definitely singing live.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Chippy Minnelli was pulling it off up until the moment he had to look down at the song he's played for 5,000 times. It's probably beat a D. So, but yeah, I mean, I saw it and I heard it and I rewound it and I looked at it and initially, remember when I mocked it and I said he needed an exorcist, because I was usually hearing two voices going on, and that's when you run two voices together, you start to get that sound. But this was full out one voice, and so only thing I could guess is that it's like and then the track. I had made tracks for those guys, but I guess I don't know if he's not using them or they redid them. But I'm for sure his voice is on the track. And I like I said, I don't want to start trouble. I don't want to, argue with anybody or look negative. But, at the same time, I mean, you can't go on and tell somebody you're not doing that when it's happening. Why don't you just say, yeah, I tracked the whole thing. It just sounds way better live. And if you're going to track the vocals, shouldn't the track be better than what you would probably do live anyways?
Yes, I think you can say, hey, things have changed a little bit, and we have a little help. A lot of those bands did. I'm not naming them all. It's just that this was a very obvious one, and what made it worse is that he went on Eddie Trunk. I don't even know how the question came up, but obviously there was some speculation, and he said not lip syncing. And the reason I say that you have knowledge is because you've said before that you did make tracks for Enough's Enough. You played as a 3-piece, and I believe you had some stuff, right?
Yeah, well, I'm the one who suggested it because I just thought it would sound better there's a guitar missing. So I put the other guitar on the track, put some harmonies on it, and maybe some high harmonies in the back. But you can't replace the main stuff. That'd be like, say you were really an ugly person and you wanted to look very pretty. So you put on a mask, but the mask was your face.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I'm not trying to start any trouble. Yeah. And I just, when I saw it, I saw what I saw, and if someone looks away and you can see the track blatant, I can't be the only one who caught that. And I wasn't even really looking. I mean, it was so obvious. If you're going to do that, you kind of got to really practice it if you want. But I think he was playing with Cheap Trick. He probably wanted it to be perfect. So that would be the closest to perfect, because you don't want to do it live and make it. But I think what he would sing live would really sound pretty much like what was on the track, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, I find the whole thing to be a little bit interesting. There's nothing I would like to see more than Enough's Enough get together with Donnie V, Chips Enough, and yourself on guitar. And if it was at all possible, Vic Fox. I don't think it is, but Donnie told me that he was up to it. He also said, he said he would do it if fans wanted to see it. I think, I think you do a great job of playing those Derek parts. You fit the band. And now you rule out the vocal problem because you can sing those high harmonies and things that are needed. You've sang with Donnie, and obviously you've played with Enough's Enough so many times. I think that's the lineup. So I'm not trying to throw you under the bus by having you come out and call this out. But, this is a major story. I mean, today, State of the Union, it's enough lip syncing. This is kind of sweeping the nation. And by nation, I mean a bunch of silly rock sites where people fight on it.
It is big news. I heard Biden talking about it earlier. He's
concerned.
He strayed from his speech and he said, just listen to it. Listen to it. Mm-hmm. Just listen. Just listen. And it freaked me out, like he usually does. And I went back and I listened to it again. I'm like, that old crazy man's right. And I would love to, at this point, they're probably so like, forget him. It's a jerk. I did everything. That they don't want to, me around anymore. So he probably wouldn't even let me backstage. And kind of like when he goes,
you could dress up in a costume, though. That I heard.
Well, listen, they wouldn't let me backstage, much like Cheap Trick won't let Chip backstage, but that's only because he always steals all their backstage food. So where's all the salary?
Yeah, and then he has outfits that look sort of like Robin Zander if he drove the Mr. Softly truck. I don't know if they have Mr. Softly where you come from. But,
I know what you mean. Yes, that's not a porn term.
But listen, this nice gentleman gave us the super chat, and he wanted to know my favorite Donnie V song.
Which one is it?
I was saying it's hard for me to say. I'm so bad with song titles. Donnie gave me his entire catalog, and I got to tell you, I go from song to song, and they're all good. So it's very hard for me to tell you.
They're all good. You said something about "You're My Favorite Thing."
Yes. I saw you singing it with him on YouTube, and I really enjoyed that song.
Well, nothing will happen if I play a little bit of it, right? We can't get. You're not going to get desensitized.
No, they'll demonetize it.
They will for sure.
They'll make me remove the portion of the show. Yeah.
Even if I play just acoustically and sing a little bit
Maybe
of the
if
words.
you do that, we can try it. The worst they can do is make me remove that part.
Let's see here. That one's in. I too enjoy that song.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Now we're out of tune.
No, wait. Let's see. I want to say G, right? I say good morning to the sun. I used to see it coming up and I would run. But now it means all the day with you has just begun. I have everything that's in it. Every morning, every bottle goes strong enough to you, baby. You're my favorite thing to do. There's a whole new me since I found you. Oh, the only thing I've ever done forever. You're my favorite thing to do.
Nice. Thank you. I think that's the first live performance on the show, and and people are already questioning that you were singing live, right?
Yeah, that one was live. There might have been a couple chords I played wrong, but that's that E flat diminished chord just throws them in.
You sing those songs fantastic. You and Donnie working together is such a great thing. Your voices go well, so well together. I would love to see you guys patch it up and get that going. And who knows?
I would too.
And maybe get Chip in there if that's possible. I think Chip needs to admit his limitations. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I know he's a talented guy. He was a part of the history of that band. But play the bass. He's a good bass player. You don't have to be the front man. I understand that he's a little worried. Well, what if I take Donnie back and he screws me and he gets arrested or something?
It's not that, Jason. It's once you get a little taste, like when a young vampire first gets his first bite. And then from then on, it's like, I need that blood. I need that blood from those suburbanites up in Summerlin. And then it's all that once you get a taste of it. And then, it's like, I could do this. This guy over here on the right says I'm good. This guy over here likes me. And everyone's saying it's fine. We're fine. The people in the front row from Florida that I told you that they love their freedom, they say it's fine.
Hey, what was with that? Since you bring up freedom, what was up with that? Chip's got this rap about you guys love your freedom.
It's fish in a barrel at this point. If telling people from Florida, asking people in Florida if they love their freedom is really not a stretch.
Yeah,
we know they love their freedom. You have to have coronavirus to get into Florida. They'll send you back if you don't. We're like, oh,
you're going to get a lot of hate mail on that one.
Well, it's a joke. But look, someone's giving us money, $5. Well, Donnie is going to be furious.
But let's and he asked a question that I have asked you several times. I'm so interested in the answer that I'm trying to get involved to help you get to this step. They want to know, when is your album going to be done? The album is called She Said She Found Her Soulmate. There's clips on YouTube. I talk about this every time. I'm sure the hits are now in the millions. When are we going to hear this album?
Jason, you're supposed to be helping me with this. You said you were going to call me back with some good news today. And I don't know when it's going to. Listen, look at where I live. What am I supposed to do here? Finish an album? I have arguments in the elevator every other day with these people. I do need to finish it. Yes. When will it come out? I really need to do this before. I would like to think before summer, or maybe like right when summer starts, So that's when I really want to do that. And in the meantime, I'm thinking of putting a local band together here, and this would be a cover band, but it'd be my take on it, and like kind of what I was doing in Chicago. So like a lot of newer material, and there's guitar, and there's joking around, and there's like a lot of high energy, and I want to do that. But yeah, I do need to finish this, and I appreciate everybody even asking and being interested in that. So that's very nice. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm telling you, the music is good. I'm telling the audience, not you, Johnny. Your ego is already okay today. You know,
I
you get one compliment a day, and that's it. But no, this is great music. This is catchy music. This is music with a big hook, and I think people need to hear it. And so I tell you right now, I've been pitching Johnny for different things because I think he has a lot of talent that Las Vegas needs, and eventually the world needs too. So Ronald was very kind. I'm going to have to. Write Johnny a check, but he would like to know what bands you feel influenced, that you feel influence you even.
Okay, Ronald Moore, he looks like a nice guy. Look at him.
He's very nice.
Guy. That is a standard question that people ask me, and I always feel like I don't know how to answer that right because I probably listen to the same bands you did. I grew up listening to Led Zeppelin and Rush and Iron Maiden and Ozzy, and of course, I have to separate the guitar players from the songwriting parts because the guitar players influenced me in guitar wise, and then the other people like Elvis Costello and the Beatles and the Raspberries and people like that. And then, and I did listen to Enough's Enough coming up and Off Broadway and Pez Band, and those are some Chicago bands. The Kind. Do you remember that band called The Kind?
I only know the name.
So you say that if we do strum little chords here and there, they're not going to desensitize you, right?
Well, desensitize and demonetize are very different things.
I'm so new to this.
What they would do is they'll tell me you've got to cut that port. One time we were talking about Brittany Fox, and they said the girl in the video was hot. I said, let me take a look. I brought up the video, no audio, and they found it, and they told me you have to remove it.
Come on.
Yeah, I swear. Or we're going to take it. And then I had a chick on. You can't say that anymore. A young woman named Nicole.
I say chick.
Yeah, well, but you don't have as much to lose. You're confident in what you do. You're living in a deluxe apartment in the sky.
Oh, please.
But this Nicole Couch from Phantom Blue, Mike Varney signed them to Shrapnel, and he really discovers the greatest talent. But anyway, they made this music video in a men's prison, a women's band in a men's prison. It is the stupidest video, and the song is awful. I'm going to send you the link. It's the worst song. It's a heart song. They stole it. I don't know how Varney didn't know that. But anyway, I showed a clip, no audio of her reacting to it, and I had to go into a battle with them. The copyright claim, I won, because technically you're allowed to react. If I'm showing music and we're reacting, you ever see these guys like they're usually African American, and African American folks react to like rap. You know what I'm saying? You never seen that?
Rap?
Rat. R-A-T-T.
Oh, rat.
There's a big trend on the YouTube where they get people to watch videos.
Yeah. I've seen that. And
so you get guys go like,
right. Yeah.
Now what the fuck is Milton Berle doing in a music video?
Whoa.
No impression?
That you could say that though, huh? That doesn't you get desensitized.
You can do a mother effer every now and then, but you can't.
Unbelievable.
On our last time you were on the show, I did get a little fine, and I had to appeal. I had to appeal it. They demonetized.
For what? What happened?
I'm not sure. You're not allowed to use the C word anymore.
You didn't say that.
You said it once or twice.
I did?
Yeah.
I said the C word?
No, you can say cunt. I'm talking about the pandemic. You can't say the pandemic.
Oh, that one.
They don't like that.
How would I know that? So you can say the other one, but you can't say that one? That is so ridiculous.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
And I apologize to everybody, especially our female audience, for my horrible language.
Like the 3 girls that are watching? Yeah.
You can't even call them girls anymore. You have to call them gyno-Americans.
That is not true.
Listen, we better be on the safe side of caution. You've got a record to sell.
All right. Well, I'm following your lead right here.
Yes.
I'm trying to find that Kind song. I don't know. You never heard that song?
Well, can't you just sing a chorus?
I don't know what key it is. I have to find out what key it is.
I mean, I sing things.
No, I'm not. It's just you know what it is? The bar's been so lowered that anybody that comes out that's just okay, they think it's great. I mean, you saw that Rock Island thing. Let's see it. No. I don't wanna spend the day without you, I know. I don't wanna give it up. I don't wanna go. It's not very hard. It's not very hard to be loved by you. You ever heard that, one?
It sounds amazing. I don't know.
I think I did it in the wrong key. That sounds a little high.
I know Cruel to Be Kind. I know that one.
Well, yeah, everyone knows that one. But look that band up. They're called The Kind, and it's called Loved by You. And he's playing a blue Hamer guitar on the cover, which was back then. It was in Chicago. It was in Arlington Heights. It was a factory. And when I bought my first Hamer, they let me come down to the factory, and like it was with my dad, and we walked around, and they let me like look at the guitars, and they were so nice. You know, I don't think it's there anymore, but those were great guitars. All the Cheap Trick guys played those, and Chicago guys, you know, it was a Chicago thing. I kind of think.
Yeah. Now we're jumping around. I got some more questions too, but
okay.
Here's one, and this is I don't know if this is such a Johnny question. Maybe this is more a me question. Top 3 Ramones songs. Johnny, is Ramones one of your bands?
Well, you know, who doesn't like the Ramones? So I can't say they're. I kind of missed that a little bit. I'm a little kind of a phony. Or I'm not like the real deal with the rock and roll, and you know, like getting into the music for chicks. But of course, I love the Ramones. Who can't love the Ramones? I know you have a history with the Ramones, so I can't say I know their songs. I
like the heavy stuff. I like Chinese Rocks, Havana Affair, Commando. I would say like those are 3 of my favorites. I usually like the songs that were written by Dee Dee and Johnny. Usually, you know, Dee Dee wrote a lot of it by himself. I love the Joey songs, but the Joey songs are more the Beach Boys kind of sound and kind of the surf stuff and some of the love songs. I think, Johnny, you would like the Joey stuff better. It's a little bit more of the melodic stuff, and and the Johnny and Dee Dee stuff is sort of the heavy stuff. But and I think that it's funny as though I grew up really liking Guitar Heroes and Shredders. I liked Van Halen and all those things as well. When I was growing up in New York, you didn't have to choose sides, punk or metal. You could like both. I would look at guys like Yngwie Malmsteen and say, I liked it, but I was like, there's no chance I could ever play that. I don't have the time to invest in that, but I can buy a guitar and I can learn 3 chords and I can play a Ramones song, and eventually realize that there's much more than just the 3 chords. There's these harmonies and melodies in these songs and hooks that made it so catchy. So that's anyway, right. I hope we answered. And listen, Johnny, I'm hoping that we'll play some music together, and I will enlighten you in the world of Ramones even more.
Oh, and I think everything you said there is correct. But with them, it was more about just, you know, a lifestyle. It was more about a vibe. It was more about just, you know, their natural passing on to through their songs. People can reconnect to it, you know. So whether it's hard to play or not, that's not really the point. But actually, that stuff is kind of tricky because it's all like a lot of down picks, and those are a little tricky to do. But yeah, I might have missed that era a little bit.
My band would do 2-hour shows of nothing but down picking. There is no alternate picking. And after 2 hours, and it's song, 1, 2, 3, 4, we'd bring in other musicians. They go, well, don't you take a break? No. And they also don't realize the counting has nothing to do with the tempo. The counting is just when to start. Everything is 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't mean that you play at that pace. And also the guitar and the bass set the timing. The drummer follows them, which is an interesting thing. And what I learned about the Ramones a little bit today from their tour manager, who'll be on Friday, is that their drummer was not even a drummer. He created that style that you see every punk band play with 16th notes. He wasn't a drummer. He just kind of made it up and
love it.
One of the more famous drummers. I don't know where Johnny's taking us, but
sorry, I watched the past videos. I don't mean to cut you off. And when I watch myself back, it looks like sometimes I'm not paying attention when you're talking, or I'm looking down, and it's not that. I'm listening to everything. It's just that sometimes I'm multitasking, or I'm looking at a comment, or I'm responding to a comment, or I'm doing something to set up for what I'm about to say. So it's not like I want you to think I'm not listening and I'm being just, you know, brushing you off. I'm listening. It's not about me. I'm just trying to. Yeah. I went to the store today, so these Reese's were on sale. It's not really on my diet, but so I just want you to know that I'm not. See, like just like that right there. I just something wrong with
I like it. I can work with it. This guy, Jay, says, Johnny, he wants to know that Portillo ships food to anywhere in America. I would like to try this with you.
It does. Oh my God. I don't even know where to start with this.
We can order a 10-pack. Yeah, we can order a 10-pack. I looked this up. They'll send us 10 Portillo's hot dogs. They'll send us one, like an onion or a tomato. Yeah.
My friend Peter Kuehl sent me a package in the mail. I got a big box and it's got the ice in it and everything. And it came with, that's where I got that Portillo seasoning salt from.
Yeah, which is like celery salt for those who don't speak Chicago.
And, it just, all it does is make me just roll up in a ball and cry because, I'm from Chicago and I used to be able to go there anytime I want. But, I wasn't going to get any skinnier going there for beef sandwiches. And I'm very vain. But I did like it there. They should open up one here. Don't you think that would be a great idea?
I think it'd be huge. They got a place here called Windy City Beef. I don't know if you've been there, but it's very authentic Chicago style.
Is it? Well, I'll have to go there.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that on an episode. Johnny, I don't mean to cut you off like the people online say I do, but there are so many things that I want to try to get to.
Yeah.
And so with all these people, and I want people to understand that I think Johnny's a great addition to the show, and anytime I can have him on, I will. Anytime that he'll come on, and I did want him to talk a little bit about the response we got from the last show. So I'll read those in a second, but I do want to say here's an interesting one. Why don't they ever pay tribute to Ricky Parent?
Oh well, those guys. I don't even know where to start with those guys. I still feel terrible about what happened to Ricky. Because, he got cancer and it happened really quick. And that was it, And it's not like those guys don't pay homage to him or don't mention it to him. It's just, we did when that actually happened, Chip put like a benefit show together. We played at the Metro. And so we did do something for him. And, but, life is just cruel. Like you're here one day and you're doing stuff and everyone's your friend, and then something happens and you're not around anymore and no one even thinks about you or you're not remembered, or you are, but you have to be brought up, and someone has to mention it. So, but this is how, I guess that's how it is. I don't know. I don't think they intentionally, don't do that, but I would, of course you'd like to see more of that. I mean, I spent a lot of time with him and I still feel whenever somebody dies, you don't forget that person. You remember things, and it's never goes away, and it's a pain that stays with you. And it's you collect those as you go through, and you become either demonetized, or you go with it and you become a prisoner to that pain. So some people choose just to continue to go on and try to live the best they can, but we all miss Ricky. He was the best drummer they had. I mean, Vic Fox is really good. I mean, it's fine. He had the vibe and everything, but Ricky was the best drummer. I mean, he was really solid and he would just play. He was just a natural guy. When he hit his snare drum, he had that ability to where, think about it. It's a snare and a stick. But when he hit it, you knew it was him doing it. Like, how do you figure that out? I mean, he wasn't like a rocket scientist, this guy, but he had a way of hitting the snare, an angle or something with this. I don't know how they do it. Drummers, I don't. But it's like, but you would know it was him hitting the snare. And he had that cool DW kit with the different colored pieces. And, he kind of hunched over when he played and he kind of got down in there like a drummer. He did the spinning and the twirls and stuff, not as much as Vic Fox is that stuff really good. It's like a magic trick watching him do it. It's like amazing. But, Ricky did it, but he was a solid drummer and he'd always be back there smiling and people just liked him. He's a likable person, right? So, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. We miss him, obviously, but you stop thinking about somebody or you forget. And it's not that you don't care. It's just that you either choose to not remember, or it's hard. It hurts to remember, or maybe some people are just maybe they weren't friends to begin with. I don't know anymore. I don't even know where to start with that.
Yeah, I don't think, and I don't know, but I don't think it was. I don't think they're intentional in their avoidance of it. Sadly, this happens a lot. Some bands like Quiet Riot take a moment in their show to pay respect to the people that they've been through a lot, obviously, and some of the other bands do that too. And then other bands, I know for a while, Warrant didn't really mention Jani Lane. I don't think it's because they dislike Jani Lane. He wrote all of their songs. I think that you are trying to sell your product, and to stop and let people know that the guy is not the guy might hurt. That's in their case. So I think, I don't think
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Derek Frigo?
Yeah, of course. I hung out with him a lot. I went to his condo. He lived in a condo with this crazy other guy, and he was very nice to me. This is before I had joined the band, and hung out with him a few times, just in passing. Weren't like, I'll pick you up, we'll go hang out, a little bit, because I was still a fan of the band at that time, and I don't know how it happened, why we ended up getting together for some reason. Maybe it was a guitar thing or something, but I went down. He lived on like Lakeshore Drive in his condo with this weird guy, and there's always some kind of situation with that guy, right? But he was very nice, and I liked him a lot, and he was a great guitar player, and he added so much to that style that he just doesn't really get the accolades for. A lot of times people, and they'll say it to me, they're like, oh, he's underrated. Like they'll say, I'm underrated, or this person's underrated, or Derek Frigo's underrated. It's not that they're underrated. Every time they're rated, they're getting a good rating. It's that they're not exposed. People don't know of them as much. So they should change it to that. Because whenever someone says I'm underrated, it's almost like a diss in a way. It's like, I take it like that. I'm not underrated. You're just not, just the world doesn't know about you as much as they should. You're just not as accessible or exposed, right? Does that make sense? I mean,
I think it completely does. Yeah, it has nothing to do with talent. It just means not as many people have gotten to see you. So
that's right.
Let's see here. This is a question. I know the answer to this because there's video of it. Johnny, weren't you with Enough's Enough when they played on the Jenny Jones show back in the day?
Yeah, absolutely. You can look it up. It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
I have like short hair, and I just joined the band. I'm wearing this weird shirt that they made me get. I still have it. It's in my closet. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I put it on the mannequin. But we went down there. It was like 7 o'clock in the morning. I had to wake up at like 5. It was dark out. It was cold. Drive all the way down there. You were on the set. Jenny Jones used to be a thing, right?
Mm-hmm. It was a big deal.
Yeah, it was. Some guy made fun of me. They said, this is Johnny Jones glasses. And, I don't know what else to go with. I've had the black ones. I've had different styles. These look okay. I just need them to see, to read. I could see fine, but to read up close, you get older, you can't see as good. So, some guy made a comment about that guy, Jenny Jones, or this is the second time I've seen a full grown man wearing women's glasses. These were in the men's category. Both people can wear them.
Speaking of me cutting you off, and speaking of comments, so you came on. I had someone who was scheduled to be here Friday morning, and they had to postpone because they had a few rules to what they would or wouldn't talk about. I was willing to abide by the rules, but they had some issues, and so. A lot of people were nice enough to send us their comments. And so most of these people were very, very happy. And here's one of them. This is from Oil of LA, Hollywood. You could have Johnny on every week. And between the two of you, I'd happily watch it. I love the cynical, dark humor. Well, hey, I don't know if you were trying to be cynical and dark, but it's good.
I really, I get a lot of that. And also, by the way, everybody that's commenting and saying all the nice stuff, I read through them, and it's I hate saying positive because everyone's like positive, it can't be negative, but it's very not even nice, just very accurate and upfront, and you're saying what you want to say, and we're reading them, and we read them, and I think it's great.
I love listening to Johnny Monaco. You should maybe try to get Tina S on here. If you can find out from what rock she's under, she's an amazing guitar player. Speaking of Shrapnel Records, do you know who Tina S is?
What is that?
I don't know what that is either, but I think it's a person. Maybe she's hot. We should look her up.
I think sometimes people interject their friends or someone that they like because they want to see them on your show. Well, which is fine. It's fine.
She's got a plug now, Tina S. Johnny, maybe you look her up. She's on Shrapnel. Mike Varney does not screw around with people unless they're the next big thing. I know that.
Mike Varney's probably the one that got you desensitized.
Yeah, he can be unsensitive sometimes, insensitive. Nuno Darrell says, I think he's a fan of Nuno Betancourt and Darrell Dimebag. Yeah. Can you make Johnny a monthly feature, please? He's the best. I love the podcast. I subscribed here from the UK, and then he enjoyed one of our jokes about David Ellison. I don't know if
here we go.
Lee Hall says that he loves these interviews with JM. Brilliant. May there be many more. And I'm not used to seeing such positivity, and I know you're not either.
People know, they don't even look at me in the hallway. They look down and they look away, and then I look at them like.
And then we got somebody, and this one I don't think is even really worth going into, but somebody who I believe is married to somebody who was involved in the charity jam, didn't like that we didn't give enough credit to Scott Snyder, but we did. He's in the band Great White. You didn't remember the name offhand because
I couldn't remember at first. When I first met Scott, his wife was really nice, and she started speaking of him. And I had just met, so she introduced me. He was so nice, and she was so nice, and he played great. I mean, he's a professional. But I thought I thought I got the name right, didn't I?
We did. Yeah, we did, and I think that people thought I don't know. I understand that it was a memorial event. I thought we'd handled it with as much respect as we could, especially from me, because I'm not usually very respectful.
Someone punk rocking you.
Yes, somebody enjoyed my Sebastian Bach impersonation. Hopefully he enjoyed it. Monaco is, this is from Raybant 777. Monaco is always a good time. I wish you got more soul albums and tours from this guy, although he's not gone, so you still could. Always a gentleman when I've met him, and funny AF. That means as fuck, just in case you didn't know. And Anthony Sirocco, I think, he says F because he's censoring it. I can't get enough of this Johnny. He's hilarious. The blackface story, holy $SH $T. And if you didn't know, go back and watch it. He had a little bit of a blackface controversy. Someone thinks that the Sebastian Bach story, that we were saying that it was negative that he sings, that he wanted to sing. We didn't think it's negative. That's how he sings music. No one complained about changing their tuning. So that's a misunderstanding. Johnny's bed is next level. That's from Ben. Ben.
Oh yeah, that thing. I'm never going to financially recover from that.
But then you get this kind of comment. Everything is just so positive and sunshine and roses. And then you always have to have one. Chris Marchant. I Googled Chris Marchant, and I think he's like some kind of reality show guy. If it's the same Chris Marchant, he might be one of these assholes who calls himself Chris Marchant or something like that. You know what I mean?
What did he say? So
he said, you have a good podcast, but the COVID bullshit is getting really old. And I'm not even supposed to use the C word. But hold on, John. Don't comment yet. People want to listen to shows like this for entertainment and to see what's up with their favorite bands, some humor and live music. Nobody wants politics or the C word mixed in. This is ridiculous. We did not talk about politics, and we didn't talk about the C word. The event you played for, the person who was memorialized had a battle with the C thing, and that is, that's a thing. No, we didn't disrespect it. We didn't say anything. I asked you if you were nervous playing at an event, at this time, and maybe I made the super spreader remark, but I wasn't trying to insult anybody. It is nerve-wracking. I'm on the road also, and I can tell you that I'm sometimes scared. The people who make these comments always are from one political party. I don't have a political party. I don't even like to go to parties. I'm not that type of guy. But people get very mad. I had George Lynch on, and he made a joke that he said he went to a casting agency to hire attractive women to come to the shows because Dawkins just has a bunch of old guys at the shows, right? It was funny. He said, I did it the way Trump did it. Well, Trump did hire actors to come to his rallies. This is not a rumor. This isn't CNN. This isn't the liberal. He did. Who cares? I bet you everyone does it. All politicians do it. But people got so mad, and I got so much messages, and it's all from one side. this one side are so angry. And I try not to talk about the pandemic. I try not to talk about politics because who the hell cares? I agree with the guy. But for him to come out, if they hear something that they think is against their party, they freak. And we didn't even say, I could come on here and say what I think of certain politicians. I could say what I think about
we didn't talk about that stuff. We didn't. We only mentioned it because it had to do with the conversation.
Absolutely.
We didn't even get into politics, really. We just mentioned that other part, viral part, because that's what happened. It was part of the thing. I think people are really nitpicking, and I mean, that was even a light one. I've got way worse stuff every day come from people, even today.
I do too. Yeah.
Crazy.
And Monaco killed it, man. This is from Dumb Youper. Forget about the music. This dude's entertaining as hell without playing a note. I'm with him on apartment living. People in Vegas can be such dicks. Yeah, people everywhere can be such dicks.
They are horrible.
But now I got to find my favorite one. If I can find it, give me a second. It's so difficult with the. No, that's not it. Hold on. All this technology. I don't know how you do it.
I'm going to come over and show you.
Yeah, because
look at all these people. A lot of people are giving us tips. You got to get to those because they are. That's nice that they're doing that, and they're watching.
Who's an asshole though? Ken Cree. Ken Cree is an asshole.
What did he say?
Yeah, I don't know him, but he's an asshole. So Ken Cree is one of these guys that I get on here who love to give me tips and advice, and I'll get to what he said. But there's people who come on and they respond to an interview that happened 6 months ago, and they will say the sound is a little off, and then they say somebody go, there's a little bit of an echo. And what drives me crazy about that is, first of all, the interview's 6 months old, and I feel like Chevy Chase in Christmas Vacation when his stepfather says, the little lights aren't twinkling, and he goes, yeah, I know, Dad, and thanks for noticing. It's like, no shit to say. Some of these people come on here with like an AT&T dial-up phone connection. What do you want me to do about it? I can't go to everyone's house and give them a Johnny Monaco sound system. Not everyone is prepared.
Well,
and some of these guys are older and have never, this whole pandemic's been crazy. People, they haven't been doing online. So I got that. And when I first started, I got a lot of people who would say, you were never going to last because you don't do this right. You don't ask these kind of questions.
Yeah, everyone knows everything.
And then I got a few thousand subscribers, and then that shit went away because they couldn't argue. And what I would always say to these people is, when you have a channel with 1 million views, I'll come watch yours and I will learn how to do it. But until then, shut the fuck up, right?
Yeah,
so,
dummy.
Yeah. So, and I hate to be angry. And I see people here saying that they're Republican and they're not offended. I have no problem with people being Democrat, no people being Republican. You can be whatever you want to be. Chips Enough told me that we have our freedom. But don't give me your bullshit because I don't normally care. Okay, so this guy, Ken Cree, he says, love Johnny, longtime fan. But Jason, got to stop cutting Johnny off and let that brilliant, entertaining mind work. Just listen, Jason. You're trying too hard. Jason talks way too much. How many times did you cut Johnny off mid-sentence? Listen. Okay. So I never comment on these assholes. I just let them say what they want. And he responded. I didn't read his response because I don't pay much attention until I'm on the show and I want to have something to talk about. So I said, did you notice the show was called Waste Some Time with Jason Green? Probably not because you're a moron commenting on YouTube. But I'm happy to watch your channel to see how it's done, assuming you have 1 million views like me. Okay, so he wrote back, rather than taking constructive criticism from one of your subscribers, you resort to calling me names and bragging. This ain't about my YouTube. I don't interview people or want views. This is about your interviewing skills, which are poor, right? I'm laughing already. By the way, I'm reading this for the first time. You cut Johnny off I just cut you off now. I apologize. You cut Johnny off almost every other sentence to add nonsense. And you can see him shrug it off and come back to what he was going to say or what he's thinking about. Get it together, man. The questions are great, but your fans watch to hear your guests speak, not you. Now, Johnny, before I cut you off, I got to address this character, cocksucker, by saying that I don't know if that's what he's into. I take that back. But people watch this silly show because they like when I interview guests, and every Friday you can watch me interview guests, and I try my best to stay out of the conversation unless I have something to offer. Most people say to me that they like that I listen because I do my best to listen. And if you watch my interview with Johnny, these other events were not interviews. Watch my interview. I think I let Johnny answer the questions about the bands and the things we discussed. And I thought it was a good back and forth. Now, when Johnny comes on the show like he is here today, it's because we're having a good time. And this is two guys having a conversation. This is not a theater of the macabre. This is actual dialogue. We're talking. Do I cut people off? Look, I'm from New York. I talk a lot. But sometimes Johnny will go into these tangents. So do I. And we kind of know where we're going with something. And if there's a laugh or there's something to do, we do it. This is not an interview. People who are thinking this is an interview is a mistake. Johnny's nice enough to sit here and answer questions, and I'm happy to ask him some. But I really had him here to give me his opinions on things and to chat. So, Johnny, first of all, I apologize for cutting off, but I don't think you felt that way.
No, I understand what he's saying, and I understand where you're coming from. I think I've created a monster because you never used to argue with the fans before until I brought it up, and now, well, never. But I mean, I think when they hear it and they see a new person, they're used to you. They're used to you have a different way of talking, and it's more of a journalistic, and you speak loudly. I do my thing. I think it works together. We don't know each other very well. We've only met maybe a few times in passing. So we're learning as they're learning. So, you know, if someone's cutting somebody off, a lot of it has to do with we're both thinking, and that's a good thing. And also the technology, you know, sometimes when someone speaks, the worst thing is when someone overdoes somebody and then they keep going. At least we know to stop speaking and let the other guy speak. They just want more candy, which is great. I'm glad they're listening. I understand his point. I understand your point. You know, what are we going to do? We're trying to get it dialed in. We don't hang out. We don't know each other. We're not Stash and Louie or Stan and Laurel. You know, we're still.
Yeah, but see, here's a prime time to cut Johnny off. You know what I mean? He's about to go into this tangent. You don't know what he's talking about, and I think we said, I think we set each other up with some of the humor and things like that. And it's a conversation. To be honest with you, it's not really about any of us having anything all that important to say. Is the audience entertained? And from the comments that we're seeing now, it seems like it seems like most are. As far as calling the audience assholes, I've been doing that since the first.
That's the punk rock side of you.
Yes, I used to have a segment on the show where asshole comments, and then I would read all of these comments, and I would say, who has so much time in their life to be mad at me? Comment, and then they threaten me that I'm not going to subscribe. I don't care. I appreciate the people who like this. I also warn people, and I'll do it again with peace and love, that if you want to watch interviews, you can watch the interviews. They're labeled interview, and you can watch them, and you will see amazing guests. I stay out of it. It's not about my opinion. Sometimes if I know the person or I have a story with them, I might share it. But let's say I interview George Lynch and I call him George a lot. I'm trying to get his attention, George or George. People are now mad at me for that. Oh my God, you should see the amount of times he says George. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Well, they're nitpicking, and that's always going to happen. I get it every day. I wake up. I'm afraid to even go on my page sometimes.
I got you and I both have a very neurotic thing. I'm like that. Sometimes I wake up and I dread looking at my phone to see what I did.
I'm like, who hates me today? and I haven't really done anything too terrible, but they forget in a couple of days, much like when someone dies. And that's what I'm saying. Life is cruel. It's a cruel mistress. Until you buy a $4,000 bed, then you're the sucker.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think you would agree. The people who get this really get it. They really like it.
They're having fun. People are watching, right? They're having fun. They're having more fun than we are. We're trying to just keep it going. And I think it would be great if we were in the same room, and then, you know. But you know, that might be a little different, you know, because the headphones, because you're actually speaking, then one person stops talking. But there's like a little bit of a back and forth, a technological thing, you know. So I don't know, but they should just be like relax a little bit and just, you know, we're on your side, you guys, except for the, you know, the couple
I had I'm just talking about doing a thing with Doyle Wolfgang von Frankenstein. He's the guitar player for the Misfits.
I don't know what that is.
You would recognize him. He's got a devil lock and a white face. He's the original guitar player for the Misfits. Anyway.
Okay. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And so they were talking about doing something in person. And I thought to myself, why would I ever do anything in person? Because it's so much more fun like this. You know, there's no chance of us disliking each other because we're only on here for a little while. Ivan, with the last name that I can't say, it might even be Yvonne. I don't want to mispronounce it. He says, hello, Jason and Johnny. Good morning from Jakarta, Indonesia.
Oh boy, there's a guy named Gavin Isamita. He plays guitar. He's fantastic. Look him up. I hate when people give their advice and tell people to do something, but this kid is really good. Gavin Idema. I don't know. He's great. He's great on guitar. I'm telling you. I watch this guy. Follow him on Instagram. So good. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
I cut you off now. I'm trying to. I'm doing.
I don't mind. I like it. I think it's fine.
Gavin Iedema. Gavin Iedema. He's also, he's so good that I looked up Indonesia on the map, and I'm like, I wonder if I should fly out there and take a couple lessons from this guy.
Yeah.
But after I looked at how long it would take to get there, and then from the airport through these like crazy looking streets to like where he lives, little sketchy. But I kind of want to go to Indonesia. I kind of do. And then I could probably, jump around and go see the other places while I'm there. But that's really far. But I'll tell you what, it's great that they're listening.
Ivan might give you a place to crash.
I would stay with him for sure.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the food, how great it would be? I would have a blast out there, unless I got bit by a mosquito that would put me in the hospital. But other than that, it would be fantastic. I'd get a moped or whatever you got to do.
I'm trying to cut you off, Johnny. You and we have a different kind of neurotic. I don't really want to go anywhere. The idea of Jakarta, I hope that's how you say it, is scary.
It is.
It's scary to me. You know what I mean?
I just posted the link on our comments here. So this kid, man, I lived in Indonesia when I was 6. Great beaches. I've never been there. But it's a different world over there. I'll tell you what, it's different.
Yeah, I'm scared to go anywhere. I sometimes I think that the mail's here, and do I really want to go down the stairs? A lot of people have taken this pandemic hard. I can't tell you how much I love it, and it makes me freer to talk about the assholes that I encounter in my life because I know I'm not going to see them. It's so much more fulfilling. So whereas you've toured all over the world, you've played all crazy places, I would be scared.
I have played a lot of places, but you know what? Look at me now. What does it come down to? The guys that were in your band don't call you. Nobody talks to you. You're totally swept under the rug. The other guy's lip syncing. Nobody wants to mention you. You're living out here in the desert. I can't even get a haircut, which I think I found somebody though. And it's only what you're doing now. You can rest on your laurels and talk about your past and live off that for as long as you can. A lot of bands successfully do that for a long, long time. I was a small part of that. But, once you're cast out, like when Judas got kicked out, then what? You're on your own. Or like, like in Goodfellas or whatever, here's $500. We can't talk anymore. Yeah. They just cut you off.
Did you ever see Sebastian Bach in Jesus Christ Superstar?
No, I saw him at that event the other night, and it was sort of I've seen him enough. No,
he was very good. He's a talented guy.
Probably was. He was. I liked him. I liked hanging out with him. I thought he was something about him was like I could see me and him like getting kicked out of Mandalay Bay or something. I liked him. Because you bring up Judas, and that was a good segue for me. Judas, the actor, Carl, what's his name from the movie? He was so great. Carl Burgess.
No, I'll look it up. But someone in the chat will know it. The guy who played Judas in Jesus Christ Superstar. He's an amazing singer. Anyway, he was in the show with Sebastian Bach. And Sebastian Bach as Jesus. I don't think Sebastian Bach is Jewish, but I mean,
he was Jesus.
He was Jesus. Yep. Christ
Unbelievable.
Almighty. And I listen.
Was DJ Ashba busy?
This was before his explosion in the world. You know what I mean? He was still playing in the Bullet Boys and Bang Tango. I don't know if he was in any of those bands, but I think he was.
Bullet Boys.
I think his name is Carl Anderson. I believe that's his name. The guy's amazing. You never saw Jesus Christ Superstar, Johnny Monaco?
No, I mean maybe like on TV. No, I'm not into plays too much, but maybe as a play, right?
Yeah, well, you saw Oliver Twist, but
I was in Oliver Twist for 3 months in with that band from
Oh, right, you lived it. Yeah, you lived it. No, but Jesus Christ Superstar is also a movie with Ted Neely as Jesus and Carl Anderson as Judas. But did you ever think that maybe Sebastian Bach, because I think people are watching it are worried because they think he's going to come out and go, dude, Judas. I think that they're worried, and he didn't really do that. But, it could be like, dude, why are you going to hang me on the cross? It's like, dude, that's fucked up.
That's fucked up.
Slow the fuck down. Blowing my mind.
Who's ready to get 86? No, I don't know. I mean, it all sounds interesting, and I'll have to look back at that. I just didn't think that cross would hold him.
Well,
big, he's tall.
You don't want to say that. Now you're going to run into him, and he's going to come up.
I'm fine with him. We got along great. He's a big guy. He's a big guy.
He also lost 35 pounds recently. That's right. He's Canadian. I forgot.
But still, Jesus was fasting. He was got ahead of me like $120, right?
That's a good point. Yeah, I don't think he was 6'4".
Those little nails, you'd have to really do something to keep him up there.
It's a good point. They might have added some rope in the show. And
Canadian. Someone said Canadian Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I forgot he is Canadian, but he did a fantastic job. And you got to rent Netflix the Blockbuster.
It's not on Netflix. Blockbuster.
Tower Records or Coconuts.
That's not Coconuts. Those
Sam
are
Goody?
all not happening anymore.
Well, wherever you buy your viewing materials,
I just go to YouTube and I take the link and I put it into YouTube Convert to MP3, and Jesus would not be happy with my behavior.
Well, it's maybe not, dude. There's gonna be a passion, I think. Anyway, that's a whole lot. I wasn't planning on. I didn't sit down and say I'm going to do Sebastian Bach as Jesus today. It just happened. Will you indulge me and talk a little bit about this rock fest that happened? Because before you joined us, and I'm ambushing you here. You don't have to say too much if you don't. Look, I got to be careful too. I might have to work with some of these people, but they did this thing called Rock Fest in Key West. I talked about the first 2 days, and let's talk together about day 3, which was Sunday. This was the lineup. The band on the bottom was supposed to be Faster Pussycat, and they had to cancel. I don't know why, but
damn it!
That's a refund right there. Faster Pussycat. Obviously, it's just Tammy Down. He's got some young kids playing who, from what I see, are pretty talented kids. They look good. Sometimes that's half the game. But they were replaced with a band called Autograph. They had a song called "Turn Up the Radio." You remember that one?
Radio. Of course, I remember that one. He's a good guitar player. He's playing some hot licks in that one.
His name is Steve Lynch. No relation to George Lynch. He's been on the show. I'll tell you an interesting thing. One of the members of his band made friends with David Lee Roth and got them on the 1984 tour. The Autograph opened, and Steve Lynch was told by Van Halen's tour manager that he is not allowed to finger tap on stage because that's Eddie's thing. And
what?
Yeah, and so for the first few nights, he tried his best not to finger tap. Steve Lynch claims that he was finger tapping long before he knew who Eddie Van Halen was.
Finger tapping, we're talking about guitar playing, right?
Oh, yes, I should clarify, especially in this day and age, because I don't want to get desensitized. But
such a pervert.
Anyway, And then I guess at some point Eddie Van Halen told him, dude, you can do what you want. But
Of
anyway,
course he can. Eddie Van Halen's cool.
Yeah, I don't think Eddie Van Halen was threatened by anybody. Not that Steve Lynch isn't a great.
Oh.
So, but
they're different styles, actually. But go ahead.
But Steve Lynch is not in Autograph anymore, and it's just their bass player. And so I have an issue sometimes with bands that just have a bass player. I am a bass player myself. I don't think I would just go see me with a bunch of scab people. But anyway, but Autograph couldn't make it either. So I'm sorry to hear that. I think that spot was just vacated. And then Last in Line played. Last in Line is
Andrew Freeman.
Yeah, Andrew Freeman. We both know from here in Vegas. I like him.
Yeah, great guy. Yeah, very nice.
I like him. He's got a job with a lot of heat on him. A lot of Dio fans mad at him. You know, he does his best. He sings those songs. I think he's good at it.
Well, you know, I do. When we played at that thing the other night with Oz Fox, me and him played Neon Nights together.
You and Oz.
I was waiting for him to break out into flames. Mm-hmm. But if anyone was going to do that, it would have been me. He's protected. But it was great. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sometimes we would do shows here with Oz, and at the end of the night, he would go home singing Highway to Hell, like as he walked to his car. I'm not joking. And it was a fun memory to see Oz Fox. I'll tell you a quick story about Oz Fox.
He is so nice. I really, really like Oz Fox, and I don't expect to like people anymore, but I genuinely liked him. He was such a nice person. Yeah. One
time, the Sin City Sinners got booked to play what was essentially a 420 marijuana party on April 20th, but it was kind of like
surprising.
It was kind of an EDM thing going on in addition to the marijuana. Anyway, Oz played, and when we were done with our set, which was really bad, I come up on stage, I play a few songs on bass, and the great Scotty Griffin would sing a few songs, and I would say, you know, make some noise, but there was no one who was going to make noise for anyone. But you know, you get into the raps, look at all the people here tonight. I got a feeling it's going to be one of those hot nights. You know, you got to stick to what you do. Anyway, at the end of the night, there are women of the same sex, maybe making out and half naked.
What?
Yeah, and we're all sitting there smoking, the stuff that's legal here, and we're watching. And Oz Fox comes over, and he nods his head as he looks at this field of debauchery, and he goes, "You boys have a good night. I'm going home." And I think he knew that was just enough insanity, but he was okay with playing the gig. Another time, we had a residency at Vince Neil's strip club. He had one of those. We played most of Vince Neil's opening events that failed. We played his tattoo parlor. It's no more there. We played his football team. It's not there. Anyway, I said to Oz, is there any chance you would have played the Vince Neil strip club gig? I'm thinking no. And he goes, oh, no, that's too much. That crosses the line.
Really?
And I said, what if we put you in another room and we close the door? But yeah, no, he gets a lot of hell for playing with a band called Sin City Sinners, no pun intended. And he points out, though, if you read your Bible, Jesus sure spent a lot of time around sinners. And the message probably would be that Jesus wouldn't judge. You get what I'm saying?
I cannot comment on that because, as far as I'm concerned, the earth isn't 6,000 years old. But, you know, I'm just going to stay out of that whole thing.
You don't want
I just
those thoughts.
really liked him, and he was not pushy or anything. He was a genuine, out of the whole night of all the people I met. I like Stephen Pearcy too. That's a whole different story. But I just got along with Oz Fox. I mean, I don't know. He let me use his pedal board, and then he gave me the keys to his boat. I'm like, I don't know. Yeah,
he is one of the nicest guys out there, and I think a lot of people, you know, who haven't met him don't have that experience. But he's great. Anyway, what we're talking about is Last in Line. So that's Vivian Campbell and Vinny Appice from the original lineup. I thought it was weird that Vivian was playing a Les Paul. Did you think that Phil Lewis told him no pointy guitars? It seems strange.
No, he's always played a Les Paul, right? Vivian Campbell, that's his thing.
Oh, is it? I didn't know.
Yeah, no, and Phil Sassoon.
Oh yeah, Vidal Sassoon. Yeah,
he's a very nice person too. I've met him over since he's been here, and he has an English accent. Him and Phil Lewis both have English accents, but they're totally from different parts of the country.
Could you do impressions of them?
Oh, Johnny, no, I can't. Every time I do an impression, it sounds like a chimney sweep from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, because that's when I grew up. That's what I think everyone sounds like. But oh Johnny. Yeah, but Phil's accent was a little different than.
Yeah. Okay. So everyone else, I'm not an expert, but everyone agrees with you that he was always a Les Paul guy.
Yeah.
It's Whitesnake when he didn't play the Les Paul. So
No, he played a Les Paul too. The original Sykes played Les Pauls. The other guys started playing that Nighthawk or Night Swan or whatever, that with the lightning bolts on it in the bar and everything. But prior, it was always Les Pauls because it kind of had a little bit of a Led Zeppelin vibe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we know that guy played Les Pauls.
Yes, he sure did.
Famous.
Yeah. So anyway, a lot of people commented on that, and someone saying that about Vinny Appice. I did message Vinny last night about coming on the show. He is great. I'll tell you a couple. The Cincinnati Center's gimmick was that we had guests come in every week, and you never knew who was going to be good and who was going to be bad. And so Vinny Appice was one of the best drummers that I had ever seen play with us. He's incredible. I kind of expected that. But we had also had AJ Perro from Twisted Sister, who was outstanding, and I think he is underexposed, as they say.
That's the word.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it stick. But so anyway, last in line, it is what it is. They have new music that is pretty good from what I've heard. I've listened to it. It's enjoyable. I think it's fun to hear those songs. It's fun to see those guys. And if you watch my interview with Andrew Freeman, he talks about discovering Jimmy Bain's body on one of those cruises. It is really a heavy story. Jimmy Bain did pass away
on the cruise.
You don't know this?
I didn't know, but I guess I know now. That's terrible.
Okay, we're gonna get to this question in a second. But he, yes, he was very sick, and I think he was trying his best not to show it.
That's terrible.
They played the night before the cruise, and sadly, he passed away. That same night, Joe Elliott, his voice passed away. Same night, and Andrew Freeman, among a few other people, went on stage and sang Def Leppard songs on the Def Leppard cruise for Joe Elliott. So, a lot of interesting things that night. We're going to get to this.
I guess so. That's a horrible story. Can we keep this more up tempo?
Well, okay, perfect. Speaking of up tempo, Slaughter. Slaughter is one of these bands that I want to have on the show. So if I thought anything negative at all, I would not say it. I'm also going to be with the Stephen Pearcy band at the Mohegan Sun in Connecticut with Slaughter.
You're not going to be there?
I will be there. Yeah, I'll be there.
We're going to be together next month at a show. But wait, before we get ahead of ourselves, I'm sorry to cut you off. Can we please answer the people that gave us the tips?
Well, okay, yes, we can do that. Okay, hold on.
We don't have to go so far back. I mean,
Indie Cult 777 asks a good question. I think me and you might have different answers for this one, but I could be wrong. But he's asking you, Lennon. Well, he's asking Johnny, Lennon, or McCartney. I think you have three choices.
No, it's Lennon. It would be like, when I wake up in the morning, lift my head, I'm still yawning when the dream stay in bed, float upstream, please don't wake me, don't shake me, leave me where I am, I'm only sleeping.
I can almost hear Yoko suing me right now.
You think so for that one? I just played with the Fab, which is a local Las Vegas Beatle tribute band, and they know every song. So it took me like a month to catch up to them, but I thought I knew them all until you don't.
I would have said Paul. That's the scumbag that I am, and I'll tell you why I would have said that. Because growing up, my mother and father loved John Lennon so much that I wanted to be the opposite of everything that they love.
Punk rock.
They love the Beatles anyway. I think my mother would probably say George was actually her favorite, but
love it.
And my father would tell me stories being a kid. When I was a kid, he'd walk around in Manhattan and you would see John Lennon in Central Park with Sean. It's such a shame somebody was so accessible and then this horrible thing happens to him.
Started.
It's just awful. I don't think there's a wrong answer between Lennon and McCartney. Although I will tell you this: it is hip right now not to like John Lennon. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. I mean, I like them all, really. I mean, if I had to gravitate towards someone, ironically, it would be like kind of George, but Paul is great. He's, come on. It's hard to pick one, really. It's like picking one of the Avengers.
No, there's no wrong answer with that. Okay, so this is a hometown quiz for you, Johnny.
Okay.
You went to Harper College. Is that true?
I did.
That's why you're so smart. This a G-man works at College of Lake County. What is the mascot of Harper College?
Oh, that would be a hawk.
Did you get a degree from Harper College?
I did.
What was your major?
Well, it's the weakest of all majors. It's the associate in arts, but I studied classical composition and classical harmony and creative writing and literature and philosophy there. And I did that for, to get my associates. And then I moved on from there, and I could have my choice to go to another 2-year college and get my bachelor's, or crazy me, went out to California and went to Musicians Institute, where I went for another year and got my degree there. So,
yeah, people want to know now they know why you didn't know the Ramones songs, because you have a
right. They don't let you in there if you know Ramones songs.
you have a different background. Okay, so Slaughter, what I saw, Mark Slaughter's voice sounded. I know he had some trouble over the years.
They played Immigrant Song, was brutal.
Slaughter did. Yeah. No comment. But anyway, I can't wait to see those guys and have them on the show. Next up on this festival of fun was the Doc and Lynch reunion. This is a really tough one. Oh my God.
I'm not going to even. I don't even know what to say. I'll let you do that.
I had George Lynch on the show, and he talks about it, and he says that he was thinking about making a new Dokken record, and then he went and did those shows with Don, and he thinks that now that's probably not possible. I think that says something. Meadow Sludge was running the headline, Dokken rhymes with talkin', as if to say that Don Dokken only talks. I
get it.
Yeah, well, you have the college degree. These people, these common folk, like myself, might not know. But we're getting a lot of these questions. I'm going to try to get to as many of them as I can. And then if you dangle that money in our face, I'll have to give in. But so I forgot what I was telling you. What story was I butchering for you? Oh, Doc and Lynch reunion. So, and Stephen Pearcy said it too. Why is George Lynch coming out for 3 songs? It makes no sense. I
don't know. I watched the performance. It's been like that for a while though, right? I mean,
I think it was worse, to be honest, at one point.
I don't know what to say. Everyone's seeing the same thing we are. I mean, if they're hiring these guys and they're still, those bands are so epic and so, they've done so many great songs, and those albums are so good that you really want, you just remember that. It's like, when you had an old girlfriend and then you got back together with her and she's horrible, but you should remember the good old days. So it's like, I think that's kind of where we're at with that. It's not my place to judge or say anything. Maybe that's what he can do. But to me, it just seems like, you got to try a little harder. You have a responsibility to those people and to the songs.
I once went to see Brian Wilson with someone that we both know. And he said that, sometimes it's sort of like going to view the body at a funeral sort of thing, and it's not what it quite, well, although Brian Wilson's still great and he's a genius.
Brian Wilson, we both know. I don't know him, but I.
No. The person that said that comment at the Brian Wilson show. I'm not going to throw that person under the bus,
because I'll start playing Brian Wilson tunes.
Yes. So anyway, and so yes, Brian Wilson is not exactly how he was. He's older. He's been through a lot. Blah blah blah. Don Dokken's probably a little different case, but I think people want to say they saw them. I know there's a lot of young people, and this is what bothers me the most. The young people go see it because they would like to see what it was like, and then they see that. And sometimes I have to tell the younger people that I date, it was really good once. It was once really good. Don't let this fool you. And George is great no matter what he does. I saw somebody going, he was a little sloppy. Please, George.
I mean, I know he's had some physical issues, And I get that. I don't know if you take those gigs, if that's going to be happening, but I mean, like, again, it's not for me to say. Those songs are great, and Tooth and Nail is a tough one. So,
speaking of physical issues, did you know that? And if you're watching, sorry, I cut Johnny off. Go fuck yourself. But did you hear that Steve Vai injured his hand? Do you know this story?
I've heard a little bit about this. Yes.
Well, I'm going to try to explain it, and then if I make a mistake, you tell me. He tried to play a difficult chord that involved his thumb for 20 minutes. He held this chord.
This sounds like a myth.
And he needed surgery.
What? From that?
He said something was wrong with his trigger finger. I believe that's.
I've had that. I've had trigger finger. That's why I stopped playing with Enough's Enough. He said, "Don't worry about it, bro. I'll sing them." And then 2 months later, I found out I was okay. And the only reason I found out is because I was trying to hitchhike to California, and nobody would pick me up. And I'm like, "Why aren't they picking me up?" And I'm like, "Oh, your finger doesn't go all the way back."
So your trigger finger is your thumb.
Yeah, something happens to the tendons, and you get to a point to where it locks, and it doesn't go back this way. So there's something right here in your hand. There's a tendon, and it's like a sheath, and the tendon runs through the sheath, and you get a nodule on the tendon, so it stops, and it lets your thumb stick. So what they do is they open up the sheath with a razor, so your tendon, and they don't touch the nodule. And that's what happened. This looks pornographic, but that's exactly what's going on there. And it's called trigger thumb. So I had injections of cortisone into my thumb to try to shrink that area. But ultimately, they need to open it up and take the nodule out. But for some reason, for me, it seems to have worked. I still feel it. I could still see a little bump, but I didn't want to get it cut. But I didn't know that at the time. I thought I was going to need time. And I told him I needed some time. And he was really quick to say, "Don't worry about it. Just heal up. I'll sing."
Sometimes I think that musicians are assholes. I like to call myself a business person who happens to dabble in a little music for fun here and there, because I find it's very hard to find a musician who's good at handling business. Musicians are usually good at music, and the other things they're very screwy about. So I felt like, well, if you take a guy who I think I do okay at business, I can dabble in a little music, and as long as my hair is dyed, it's going to be a great night. So I think the musicians, who the fuck plays a chord for 20 minutes with he's out of his mind.
That sounds made up. He probably, like, trigger finger happens much like your hip happens from doing the same thing over and over again. When you play guitar, you don't notice that, but your thumb moves a little bit. It does this. And
you've got to read the news source that I'm cutting you off. You've got to read the news source that I read, Blabbermouth. They say...
Oh, that's a news source.
I think it's a press release. But anyway, he had to have surgery. He had to have a second surgery. And I'll tell you, I was in a studio with George Lynch, similar thing. We were making a record. I had him play on it. I brought him in, and he was trying to play these really difficult chords. And at one point, he told me I should cut the webbing here so that I can play.
Come on.
He told me this. I think he was joking.
He's crazy. That sounds made up.
I think he was joking. Okay, so...
Yeah, he was joking. Totally joking.
Anyway, Steve Vai can't play, but I did see a video of him playing with just one hand or something, and he was better than most people with two hands. He's like...
George Lynch, yeah, he's got a lot of really good legato stuff happening now.
I meant Vai that time. Maybe you should mute your microphone for a second. Hold on. I'm going to mute you.
All right, yeah.
I'm muting you. I'm going to mute Johnny for just a second while I talk, because people don't like when I cut him off. They really hate it when I mute him. Okay, so that was the Doc and Lynch reunion. We know how it was. Next up on the lineup was Dee Snider of Twisted Sister. There is not much bad I can say about Dee Snider. He always sounds great. He always sounds like Dee Snider. He always looks good, and he always brings a great performance. The only thing is, I wish that it was Twisted Sister. I would rather see the other guys. I know AJ Pero has passed away, and it's not always going to be the same. I know they had Mike Portnoy for a little bit play with them, but I think that I would love to see the guys from Twisted Sister continue to play. I think they ended too soon, but maybe it's hard to get along sometimes. But Dee's voice and show was great. I watched a couple seconds. There was no reason for me to watch. I've never seen Dee Snider disappoint. Again, if you're a fan of Twisted Sister. Now's where it gets a little complicated. Monday, January 17th. Now the lineups get a little strange. You get the, I'm going to unmute Johnny in case he wants to be part of this. But so the first band is Bang Tango. Okay. We all know that Bang Tango changed because they had I had Mark Knight on my show where he explained it. Oh, hold on, I didn't unmute him. Oh, maybe I don't know.
There you go. Yeah, I'm back.
Sorry about that. So Bang Tango. So they pulled the old bang and switch. They showed up, and of course, it was a fake lineup. Some of those guys live here in Las Vegas. Some of those guys are friends of mine. It still doesn't mean it's good. Rowan Robertson from Dio plays guitar. He's a fantastic guitar player. He played with some singers before. I like the guy a lot. I always thought the Bang Tango might be not necessarily his thing, but okay. And then Jeff Totoro, who's also a great drummer, but whatever. This was a thrown together band. These are bands that, no, there's no point. And I saw a clip of, I hate to say, but I just don't think Joe could sing. Maybe he was having is that controversial? Maybe he was having,
no, it's not controversial. It's been like that, for a while. I really like Joe. I've toured with him several times. I like him. I mean, I don't know what to say.
He lost his voice a couple of times when you toured too, right?
Yeah, Donnie V once said it sounded like someone strangling a turkey for 45 minutes, but I don't know that's true. But I don't know. I like Joe. I really do. I was
he might have been better.
I was in the Bang Tango video, the boxing ring video. They're fighting. I was in that video. Happen and Harry put me in that video when I was living in LA back at the time, and they were looking for extras, and I didn't know who they were. And then years later, I ended up touring with them. But yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I don't know their songs very well. I know Rowan Robertson played with Dio, and Dio called him one of his biggest finds he ever found, and was really talked him up really well. And I know Jason Walker is from Vegas here. Him and Kyle got the call, and Kyle's the bass player, and then Jason Walker and the drummer who you mentioned, who played in Blue Man and around town. Those two guys were guys that they got involved because they needed a couple more guys to be in the band.
They needed scabs. But so some people are slightly offended or disagree with me. Jason X, he says, he or she, as the case may be, says Joe and Kyle is Bang Tango. Okay. And then sure. Dave Alex agrees with indeed. And then somebody else, whatever that says, some website that I won't promote because I can't read it, says Tig Kettler is the heart and soul of Bang Tango. So my thing on all of this is, and then you see here, Mark is a nice guy, but Kyle is the dude. Now, I know Kyle. I managed a band that he performed in. He is a good bass player, and he's still an attractive young fella. He's kept his looks together, and he's talented. But if you watch my interview with Mark, he explains that there are members of Bang Tango who didn't want to go on the Monsters of Rock cruise, which is a huge opportunity for those type of bands. They did not want to play low enough at M3, so they dropped out of these bills. I'm guessing that the person who didn't want to go on the cruise and talk to people's name is Kyle. Now, funny is there's two guys named Kyle in Bang Tango, but Joe could not sing at this performance. He held the microphone out more than Vince Neil, and he let the audience sing. It looked like he had an off night. Or day or afternoon. Anyway, by the way, anyone who disagrees with what we're saying, I invite them to come on. Joe, I would love to have Joe on the show and tell his side of it. And as long as he's got a voice to talk, we should be good. Okay, so that's Bang Tango. Next up is Vixen. This is going to sound controversial. I like Vixen. I wasn't a big fan of Vixen back in the day, but I was on one of these Monsters of Rock cruises, and I went out of my way to watch Vixen. It was like 11 a.m. I stumbled out of the breakfast buffet, and there was Vixen. All four original members at the time, and they look good. And not all four original. I got to take that back. People get so upset. Jan passed away, so it was a different guitar player. But
Britt Lightning.
Britt Lightning is the current guitar player, and she seems like a talented woman. She was not there when I saw it, but I like them. I think they have catchy pop songs, good hooks, and they have Lorraine Lewis singing, and she's going to come on the show next month also. And I think she does a good job.
She's good.
Yeah. So I like when a band gives you as close to what you expect to see from the band, and I think Vixen does that. Next up is Jack Russell's Great White. So I've been critical of this a little bit. Jack Russell obviously seems to be his own worst enemy when it comes to his health. Do you know that Jack Russell killed somebody? You know that? No, I don't. Not joking. No. That's a joke.
What did he kill him with? Did he kill him with his boat?
Yeah. Stick to that. Yeah. No. Mark Kendall tells the story on the show. Jack Russell was like going to collect money for a deal gone wrong, and he shot a firearm and he shot like a housekeeper. Maybe he didn't kill her. Maybe she lived. I don't know.
Was it a gun that came out like through like a thing and went?
Maybe she lived. I don't know. You got to watch the interview. But I said this is back in the late 60s.
What?
70s. I don't know. But I said to Mark Kendall, you should have realized the guy was crazy right then and there. Anyway, I did it. I went out on the road with Winger. This was the bill. It was LA Guns. At the time, it was not the LA Guns. It was a LA Guns, but it was Phil Lewis, Steve Riley, and we'll talk about LA Guns before you go. Phil Lewis.
Oh, please, because I can't get any more trouble than I already am.
Steve Riley, Scotty Griffin, and I think the guy Michael Grant was in the band at the time. The guy who played Purple Rain every night. God knows everyone goes to see LA Guns to hear fucking Purple Rain.
We bonded, me and him. Yeah.
He seems like a nice guy, by the way. I don't know. Then after that, it was Jack Russell's Great White, and I'm sure they felt great opening for that. And then it was Warrant and Winger, right? And it was, and we were playing in Minot, North Dakota, also known as Why Not. I'm sure you've heard that before.
I've played there, yeah.
Yeah, and so they have a little like arena thing, that the bands half fill. And so anyway, I'm behind the stage and I hear Jack Russell singing. And he sounded really good. He sounded like Jack Russell. I was like,
oh, yeah, I like him. Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah, I said, Great White's here. And then I came out and saw him sitting on a stool, and he looked like he was, it looked like they were just, it was undertakers putting dirt on him while he was singing. Like they were getting the grave ready. They had a sign behind them.
Oh, my God.
But and by the way, he's welcome to come on the show too and clear up the story that I told because I probably butchered it. And, anyway, so those guys have their own personal. Gina Style she is the name of the guitar player who was a Vixen when I saw it. So, okay. Anyway, Jack is what he is. I'm sure they were okay. I don't know what to say. I think Tony Montana is in the band, not the guy from Scarface, but the guy who played bass. And then the headliner was Lita Ford, which is a strange headline, I guess. I don't have anything really bad to say about Lita Ford. I mean, if you like Lita Ford, Johnny, you got anything bad to say about her?
No, it sounded fine. She had the double neck, and she had her band, and she's got some good songs, and she's still rocking it, and she looked good. So
she's never going to come on anyway because I had Jim Gillette on the show.
Jim Gillette. Ask Scott Coogan when he comes on about Lita Ford. I'm sure he'll have a couple nice things to say.
Oh yeah, well. Yeah, I got some stories about that too. So someone's saying she literally has one song, but that's not true. I can name 2 Lita Ford songs.
She was in the other band before that, right? And
then we can name Cherry Bomb and Runaway songs.
That's right.
She's definitely a legend. But if you Kiss Me Deadly, and then to Close My Eyes Forever, that's a big hit song. And
both of those songs are good.
Yeah, and then Bobby Rock. Hold on, something else. Bobby Rock is her drummer, who was in the Vinnie Vincent Invasion, and he was in Nitro with Jim Gillette. Amazing how that works.
I'm on a freight train.
Freight Train, yeah.
Don't get me started with that band.
Yeah, can you play some? No, don't do it.
No, I can't do that. There's too much glass in the apartment.
Yeah, it would all shatter. By the way, you should watch the interview. I play him clips of tributes to his Scream, and he evaluates them. And It's pretty funny.
It's not so much him; it's the guitar player,
Michelangelo.
Don't get me started.
Have you met Michelangelo?
No, but yes, I have met Michelangelo. I've known him since I was 18.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, right. Well, he's an MI guy or whatever, isn't it?
No, but he's from Chicago.
I had no idea. We see, we're learning a lot.
He was in that band Holland, which was a great band with Tommy Holland.
Right.
If you look that one up, those were actual songs. And but over the years, it's become a different thing, and I don't know what to say about that anymore.
I understand. Say no more. People can read between the lines. We got to wrap this up pretty soon, but I want to talk briefly about LA Guns is making news all over the world again.
Oh, the world. Mm-hmm.
By world, I mean a few idiots online. Tracy Guns has taken to his Twitter.
Twitter.
I don't even use Twitter anymore. I mean, but anyway,
sort of. Sometimes I do.
I feel like to use Twitter, Tracy Guns has got to go out his window and climb up a pole like Eddie Albert did, and to get a reception, on Green Acres.
Eddie Albert.
Yeah, the great Eddie Albert, also known as Oliver Douglas.
Love it.
Oliver Wendell Douglas. So anyway, he tweeted that he's not doing it. There's no more LA Gun shows because because a few people didn't wear their masks at the whiskey show on New Year's.
Was he talking about the members of his band?
Well, he should, because none of them were wearing a mask.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an interesting thing to me. He has one show coming up at the on the boat on the Monsters of Rock cruise.
Okay, right.
Which I think is a strange gig to do if you're scared. I understand. Everyone can make their own decisions. This is neither political or pandemic. So he doesn't want to. I like when I get these kind of things. Chris is very opinionated. Oh, I forgot. He loves Phil Lewis. Chris is like the biggest. He's the president of the Phil Lewis fan club, but he goes, "That's not totally accurate." But why?
Okay, well, let's hear it.
Right. Why would you say something vague like that? That's not totally accurate. Just give me your fucking point. Come on. Who's got time for this bullshit? Just tell me what you're thinking, and maybe I'm wrong. But he said,
"Go ahead."
And let's just read his.
All right. Go ahead.
His jackass post. And by the way, I want to say for the record, I have no problem with Tracy Guns.
No, very nice.
Yeah, him and I were always on good terms. I don't like the mayor of Munchkinland. I don't like him because why I don't like him is because he shoots his mouth off and he picks fights with people. And one day he's mad at Nikki Sixx, and one day he's mad at Joe Elliott. He's always mad at people who have way more success than he does.
And the next thing you know, his shirt's wrinkled and the rhythm guitar player's ironing it.
You could not have said that any better. It's so accurate.
I'm done with these guys. This zinc is really getting me wild up.
So
I'm listening.
So Tracy Guns is on the Twitter, and I'm scrolling through a lot of political things that he's been fighting about, and that's okay. That's his.
No, that's not okay. But go ahead.
Right. Well, but he can say whatever the hell he wants,
except for the C word, which evidently has changed.
Yeah. So let me find his statement. Okay, here we go. This is from the horse's mouth himself.
The whore.
You can't say that. On New Year's Eve, people at our show elected in some instances, a lot, to not wear their masks.
Elected.
Yeah. 3 people in our bubble got the C word that night. No more shows for a while. Love you, and I don't want to help people get sick or worse. Thanks. Now, Chris is who is very upset. He just is giving me the same example that I just read. So thank you, but I don't see the argument. So now let's break this down.
Oh boy, there we go.
I think if a band says I don't want to play because I'm scared that audiences will get sick, I respect it. They stay home. I think at some time some bands were out there too soon. I don't think Kiss needed to do meet and greets through a plexiglass shield. If it wasn't safe, you stay home. You don't need the money. Don't make your fans feel like they need to go out. This is just my thing. Everyone can do what they want. Everyone has that freedom, as Chips Enough has fought for us to have. Ron Keel fought for us to have the right to rock. and Chips Enough is fighting for our freedom to rock. So thank God they're here.
Yeah.
So
Thank God.
A few people. Well, listen, Phil Lewis and the other guy who plays guitar, I don't really know who he is, but they both live in different states, and they got on an airplane and they flew to the whiskey. So what if?
So right there, you got a breach in the bubble.
So right. So
then
now,
how about the rainbow? And how about getting out of the cars? And how about we just don't know.
Well, they did in fact go to the rainbow. A lot of them were hanging out. That's not hearsay. That is what happened. And so, and then Phil Lewis, he did, and I'm not making this up, he did stop to pose for pictures in the airport.
Oh, stop it.
Without a
Will you
mask on.
stop with that? I have to go to bed at some point.
Yeah.
That's
So-
haunting my dreams.
This was taken in the airport, and he is maskless. He's also tasteless.
Well, you can't account for taste with what's happening.
Now, and just in case you can't see that, hold on.
I think everybody can see it. I cannot with that. I can't look.
This is a man, by the way, who gave Johnny Monaco fashion tips. So
I could have still been in that band. I just screwed up.
So let's yeah, you could be in the bubble.
I could have been the one with the COVID. Oh.
I would rather be the boy or the bubble. So
why did I say that? We're gonna get canceled.
Oh, Jesus. But anyway, so look, this is what I think. Tracy has the right to do what he would like to do and what he feels is safe for him, for his family. But to come out and blame the audience is a silly thing to do. And
silly or planned.
And to sort of tell the audience, well, now you were bad, and now you will not get to see Hack LA Guns.
About power. Much like when someone asks you to iron their shirt that you picked out for them at Kohl's because you were trying to help. Mm.
I think at this point, Steve Riley has got to be cracking up because in my interview, Steve Riley explains that they were very mad at Tracy for leaving the band to go join Brides of Destructions, which failed very fast. Scott Coogan was in that band as well.
And he was in that band.
Yeah, and a guy named Nicky Six. But they had some problems, and but anyway, they were mad, and they said they're always mad that Tracy comes and goes as he pleases. And right now, I don't know how the rest of the band feels. I mean, the guys that no one knows probably just say whatever, but they are going to lose some money. At the same time, I got to say it again. I don't think that he is wrong to not want to play. It is his right to take some time off, but you only have one show coming up and then you have a few months off. Why put that statement out there? Why blame people? And as we both pointed out, you guys were in airports. You weren't wearing masks. You didn't wear masks on stage. You took pictures with people. It seems an awful thing to blame people and bad business.
I agree. You know, I don't know. I understand where he's coming from, and it's been tough for everybody for so long now. And you get to the point where you work it up. You go out there, you rehearse, you go out there, and it's like, you know, should we do this still? You know, he's in a position to where he doesn't have to do it. And but to blame the people, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's sort of half right. I don't know. I say about that.
I'm going to give you a prediction that I've made nowhere before. I used to predict a lot, Kreskin and I. And now, for the first time ever, I'm going to me, Kreskin, Uri Geller. We were very infamous predictors.
Kreskin, you mean? Okay.
Yeah, and also the guy Criswell, him too. We like to predict. So this is what's going to happen. At some point, I believe Tracy will take some time off from LA Guns, and they will go out with just Phil Lewis. And they will probably add another guitar player. It is under my knowledge and understanding that Phil has a partnership in the name now because maybe he knew if I'm quitting Steve, I better have something. So now Tracy will get paid to stay home in Denmark, I believe, where he's living. And he will say, I have a wife and kids, and I don't think it's safe. And I bestow the honor of the LA Guns to the mayor of Munchkinland, the man in the spoon.
Oh
And
man!
a lot of people will flip their wigs, but anyway, that is my story. I'm sticking to it. Before we wrap this up, and I get a little bit more from Johnny, Uri Geller can't bend a legit spoon. I'm going to tell you a story about Uri Geller. Okay,
All right.
Everyone watching has no idea what we're talking about, but I'm going to tell you. I worked for a movie company called Troma, the makers of The Toxic Avenger, The Class of Nukem High.
I love that movie.
It's a great movie, and Surf Nazis Must Die. Class of Nukem High is a really great theme song that I've wanted to cover. We should do that, you and I, and I'll get Troma to put it out. But that's another discussion. So we're at this place called the Lowe's Santa Monica. It's in Santa Monica.
Yeah.
They do a film convention there called the American Film Market. Uri Geller was friends with Lloyd Kaufman, the owner of Troma. Do you remember Uri Geller?
I kind of do.
Uri Geller was a mentalist, I believe is the word.
That's totally right.
Who would go on like the Ed Sullivan show.
Yeah, no, I totally, that's why I know that name now. Yeah, I get it.
And he could bend spoons.
That's right. Spoon bending is for horrible people, but go ahead.
He came in the office at the later in the day. Romeo and Juliet, by the way, someone's saying, a movie that I did write a draft of, the final draft written by James Gunn, who was the most successful man in Hollywood. I wrote adult films after that.
Wow.
You can see the difference in our careers. So Uri Geller comes by to get he wanted to get some Toxic Avenger toys that were in these dresser drawers. And I told him, well, they're over there, but you already know that. And then I would tell him, could you tell me which one it's in? He, of course, was annoyed. And then I said, listen, I know you get this all the time, but while you're here, you mind bending a spoon for me? Okay. So I didn't have a spoon handy. I had like a plastic spoon, and he was insulted. So he goes, listen, I can bend keys, right? So I go, oh, son of a bitch. I told my friend, give me your car keys.
Oh, God.
Uri Geller's going to bend your keys.
Mm-hmm.
We go out onto the catwalk thing out at the Lowe's. And there's lights. There's lights on the ceiling. And he says that he has to put this thing under the light. I guess the heat. Who the hell knows? And then he starts jerking away on the key. He's getting a fire started with the key. And he's telling me, you see that? You see that? You see that? A lot of the magic types like. And so I'm thinking, well, I don't see a damn thing. So the key's like a little bent. My friend probably had a hitchhike home, but it was ridiculous and stupid. But it's now a part of my life. That same day, I spent the day with Lemmy from Motorhead, and we met Franco Colombo, a bodybuilder, and David Carradine from Kung Fu. I don't want to give all the stories away in one day. Anyway, let's just see what everyone else is saying. Let's see. Someone thinks that I love the LA Guns. They're being funny. I think their records suck. The last two LA Guns records suck. And not the Riley Band, because the Golden Robot is a sponsor. So
this guy said, Dan Burt says your story sucks. It's like,
oh my God.
Like, what's his story?
That's a great question. Well, Dan,
I cannot with these people. This is why I don't do these.
Well, Dan is from 1968, so I know personally I wouldn't put that picture or my age in these things, but okay.
Your face sucks.
Yeah, tell me a better story. But first of all, you got to say which story sucks. I just told 5.
He doesn't like your story, Jason. He's not very happy. This story sucks. Look at him. Look at his face. Shut up.
I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. And I don't have one of those beds like you. I mean, you got a fucking,
She's just lucky I don't have a nice car, because I would find one.
Here's the Tina S again that we're supposed to be looking at. Did you do any research on? I don't mind plugging Tina S either.
No, all right, hold on. I'll do it right now.
Yeah. Johnny, do you know how to share the screen on this, or you use the phone?
No, I'm on a phone.
Because that would be great if you could share things, because I can't. Because
I don't know. We have to get together. Oh, her. Yeah, I've seen her. She's very young and she's very good.
She's French.
Yeah, but she's French. That's why she's not from here. If she's from Florida, she'd be too busy about other stuff like, watching television and Wings. But
she's
it's like
21, I see.
This girl is very good. She's very good. She's young. And for her age, I couldn't play like that at that age. I mean, it's ridiculous watching her. There's a lot of these younger people that are really focused that can play, but they're all from Europe. They're not from here.
Dude, Jay, I'm going to get to your question in just a second, but she, thank God Dan is back. He didn't like the Key story because it didn't have a point, and he's right. I feel like, are you new here? Like, is this the first time you realize that sometimes
he was just explaining a story of someone that he met? It went from one person to another, and the story, it didn't suck. Maybe it wasn't, fantastical, but it wasn't.
Let me tell it again. At the end of the story, he bent the key in half, and he slipped on a banana peel. He fell over the ledge, and he tragically died.
That's not true. None of that's true.
And then he went to a magical place called heaven. No,
that's not. And by heaven he means Henderson.
I'm just trying to make Dan happy.
That never happened. You told the part of the story. If he said he didn't like it, well, maybe that's not for everyone.
You think these bozos like Mitch LaFon are telling stories about Uri Geller? I don't think so.
If I had cards right now, I'd be doing card tricks.
I would love it. So. Jay, where's Jay's question? He wants to know if you play guitar on Yankee Rose Enough is Enough version.
No, they called one of their friends from the neighborhood over because I lived at least 45 minutes away. And there was no way I was getting in my Buick to drive over there for no. But so they had one of their friends. So no, I did not play on that version. I only played here and there on a few songs. And that's why they sweep me under the rug when they speak about me every time, because they don't want anyone to know that, or the fact that I know they're lip syncing.
Well, and that was the whole point of this. Mike makes a good point. Keys technically do have a point. Thank you. You know what also makes me fascinated? When someone gets angry or disappointed after 2 hours and 11 minutes, did you just realize that some of these stories didn't have a point?
Listen, maybe we read them differently. I'm quick to like get on it like that with people because I know how people are. But if maybe it was a miscommunication, just didn't read well during the comments. So I'm okay with that.
That may be true. Dan, I apologize. He liked the explanation. So Dan, maybe you were right. Johnny is the rational one of the two of us.
I am not that.
Here's someone who would like to know if you were a fan of Monaco with the easy N. Not to be confused with EZO, the Japanese heavy metal band, or EVO, which is extra virgin olive oil. Find the 1998 footage on YouTube Pro Shot concert. And I'm going to watch that tonight.
Oh, I remember going there. That was great. Japan really has it together. I got to be honest. Except for that plane ride, it's unbelievable out there. They have this thing where they stack their cars. Like, how our parking garages cost tons and they go across, they do this thing where you pull your car in and this carnival arm comes down, picks up the car and then swings it around and puts it onto a level. And then they drive it to wherever it goes and another arm comes down. So there's all these arms coming down and they're coming down like this. And because they stack them like this, because they, and I was on the street walking around and I'm watching people bump into each other. They don't say one word to each other because it's expected and it's assumed that they're sorry. Here you bump into somebody what's your problem? There they bump, they get it. It was an accident. They're at a whole different level out there, those people. The food was a little weird. And me and Billy Sheehan were hanging out together. We went to this Japanese place. It's fantastic. But I ended up at McDonald's, not because I'm American, but because I couldn't understand what was going on the menus. It was insane. Yeah.
Anything about I didn't mean to cut you off. Anything about Xenu come up over dinner?
Don't get me started with that. I didn't realize he was a Scientologist until years later, and now I understand. And I don't know.
So nothing. He did not tell you. Well, you have to pay to know that anyway.
But he was so nice when we toured, and he was such a pleasant person and very intelligent, and we got along. He met my mother. And I learned about the Scientology thing later. But you know what? Everybody has their.
He's the bass player, right?
He is the bass player, but everybody has their own thing that they for instance, like me, I believe in nothing, so I must be nothing.
Be careful, that got George Lynch in trouble. George Lynch said he was atheist, he got a lot of hate mail. Oh boy.
No, George Lynch believes in stuff. He must, I think he's more astrology, into the earthy stuff.
Well, yes, he's
I
native
literally don't know what this is. So
there's a lot of things here that I want to get to, and then I want to let Johnny get back to his life. Sinking Stanley, which is Paul Stanley, he said, did someone say lip syncing? And I wanted to make that. Dan is having a group hug. He's worked it out. And this is a question I wanted to ask earlier. What is your favorite Enough's Enough song?
me personally?
Yes, you.
Whoa, that is such a hard one. You know, there's so many songs that are so well, and that's so well, that are so good and were written so well that's the only reason I stuck around, because it sure wasn't the other parts. But I like Blue Island a lot.
Mhm.
And I like everything off of Strength. I like the song Strength. And
Great song.
you know, they're all really good. I can't say there's one. And you know, some people believe they're channeling and they're writing songs with a higher power. I don't know if I believe that, but I do believe that I do like those songs, and I liked them enough to stick around for as long as I did. And I kind of wish it would have continued and I would have done more, because I really enjoyed playing those songs, but the stuff in between just got to be too much for me personally.
Mhm.
And people are commenting right now. They're saying One Step Closer, Right by Your Side, which was a song I sang the other night at a benefit here in town. And
I don't know where the hell you're seeing these comments.
they're right here on your thing. Jason, have you been drinking?
Oh, here we go. All right.
Yeah. So, I mean, like this one, he's talking.
See, not only do you get him to answer your question, you get him to actually play the song.
Oh, well.
Someone was asking if you got paid in hot
dogs.
A white powdery substance.
No. I
That's not like Faster Pussycat.
mostly, I've been on a Faster Pussycat tour bus, so I've got everything. That's why I'm not afraid to get sick again.
Here's a question that from Ivan again. He would like to know if you'd come to Indonesia with Enough's Enough and Donnie V. He would, but it's not up to Johnny. He's ready.
It's really not up to me. It's up to whoever's taking him to the airport. But I would come to Indonesia, and I don't know about the hotel situation, but if we could set it up to where it's like $30 a night, I don't even need you to pay for it. I would even do that. It's just expensive to get there, and there's a lot going on. But between the food and the hotels and the just the scenery, if you could set up a couple shows for me, I would totally come to Indonesia. I just don't know that they would know who I was, but I still think we would have a good time. And as long as you'd give me a ride to the airport, right?
I can't drive, but I get you an Uber.
Like, what's wrong with what's the problem with the driving?
I think it's prejudice against walking folk. You know.
All right. I'm going to take you. There's a parking lot right here. I will show you everything you need
Brent
to know.
Muscat tried over.
That's the wrong teacher.
Right.
I will teach you how to drive. I drive through these casinos every day.
Brent Muscat told me, though. He told me, listen, I'm the best driver you're ever going to meet.
Well, that immediately is not.
Hey guys, listen, I'm going to take you out on the road. I was in Faster Pussycat, and I can drive like a speed demon. And I was like, are you sure? He's like, listen. And I was like, all right, if you say so. And I still don't have a license.
That you have the wrong teacher. I went to AAA Adams Driving School.
Alcoholics Anonymous?
What? I've watched a lot of Streets of San Francisco and Starsky and Hutch. So I know what's happening with the driving. That's why they hired me over at Rebel Tickets, because they know I can get the job done. I'm driving all over Las Vegas Boulevard, up and down those crazy Harmon Street and all that stuff in the back. I know how to get in. I have this parking pass. I run into the casino. I get the money. I hand off the tickets. I get back in the car. I'm out of there. I'm on to the next casino. I will show you all the ins and outs of the horrible little sequence that revolves around the strip.
I'm 70 years old and I haven't done it yet, but maybe this is the time to change that.
We should absolutely live stream it.
I should mention, well, we're going to go down to the Love It Custard. And then, it's funny is I was going to get that count guy to teach me. I thought that would be funny. The count.
Yeah, he's a good driver. He knows what he's doing.
I figure he's got to know how to drive. He's doing fucking detailing all day, but I don't think he speaks to me anymore. But you would be just as good. I can't imagine why, but you would be just as good and probably be funnier. I don't think he's really a funny cat. So anyway, and by the way, we're both going to be in Los Angeles next month. Stephen Piercy is playing at the Whiskey A Go Go. There's going to be a lot of famous people. I can't say who, but they're going to be surprise guests. And Johnny just happens to be in town. So if you guys want to come out to the Rainbow, we'll be standing around acting famous and important and egotistical. And please feel free to come over and buy us a bowl of soup or whatever. Johnny looks like he's drinking.
They have spaghetti there.
It's good. Johnny likes those crafty things, it looks like.
No, Ryan Johnson gave me these because he's like, these are going to go bad. Just take them. And I'm right in the middle of my diet, but I've been drinking them because I don't have a lot of income coming in right now. So instead of eating, I'm doing, which is horrible. But because I've been eating at Outback for the past 4 days, and I can't stop eating steaks. So I'm going to try to mellow out though in the next couple of days. I've ordered a Freshly subscription, so I'm going to be getting the meals sent here. So I have to think about what I'm going to eat.
Yeah, you're going to end up on that Dr. Now show. You know, that 600-pound life. You don't want that.
You're eating too much. That is the problem. You have to take it seriously. I watch him every day. He is a lord.
I only hear on Howard Stern they talk about it. You got to do the work.
You do have to do the work. I'm just trying to lose 4 pounds.
The problem with Mark Slaughter is he's fat. Oh, wait, sorry. I can't say that. Anyway.
Terrible. You're going to get me kicked off the internet again.
He's not. I want him on the show, too, but I don't think he's going to come on now. Lynch will give Jason the driver's test. I've driven with George Lynch. He is not the guy to teach.
No. I trust me. I am your guy. We'll do it. We'll get in the car. Do you not have a car?
No, a car. Are you crazy?
Well, how do you get around?
I take the subway.
The subway?
Wait a second.
People are lunatics.
I don't think we even have a subway.
Listen, I have a car that I don't mind if it gets damaged. So we can go in the parking lot. It's right across the street here. I'll come pick you up. I'll bring you over here. We'll wear our masks. And we'll
Tracy Guns would like that.
We'll drive around the parking lot and we'll live stream the whole thing. The only issue is I have a problem when I drive with people that don't feather the brakes and that are heavy, because I get sick. I get really car sick easy. But if it's for a short time, I'm sure you have the basics. You have to know sort of how to drive.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I've driven. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're fine. Now that I think about it, when we first met, and we hung out at Vamped, you did leave the venue with your friend, and you were being. I was a girl at the time, and you were being.
Was she hot?
We know who we're talking about here. It was your girl from here in town. She was very nice, a rocker kind of chick. And when you were leaving,
she's a cunt. I wrote a whole record.
Oh, please!
I wrote a whole record. I did talk to her right before the show, though. But she's fine. She was a cunt though, and I did write.
Stop that.
Do you write those kind of songs, Johnny? Those angry girl songs? Do you do that? I bet you do.
Only when they tell me we're breaking up and then never speak to me again.
You make them beautiful, though.
Those ones deserve it. Well, I try. But I remember us driving home and we were pulling up next to each other going down Sahara, and I'm looking at you and you're waving at me and I'm like, why is she driving? I'm like, I don't know if I like that guy. But now that we've met, I like you. So you're
at least on that day I wasn't sitting in the back seat. Sometimes I would do that because I like to look, and then I say, faster, Miss Daisy,
That's terrible. No, I just remember that. But now it all makes sense. I know Greg Potter never drove either. He always have his mother would drive him. And I mean, if I had a driver, I'd be fine with that. It's just, you got to know how to work the brakes. Because if you're tapping them, a lot of people, when they drive and they're talking to you, their brain works the brakes. So they're doing this stuff and they're tapping. And I got to be like, listen, I got to be honest with you. I like you and I appreciate you picking me up in just a very expensive car, but I'm going to throw up. You're keep tapping the brakes. You're going to have to either focus or not talk to me, or just, where did you learn how to drive? And then all of a sudden I'm the jerk. So, I need to be the driver. You're not going to iron their shirt after that. That happened with LA Guns. I told him I need to drive. You're making me throw up. And then I asked his wife and his mother-in-law. I'm like, because I met them in another town at a gig. I'm like, I got to ask you something. He's really mad at me about me complaining about his driving because he keeps tapping the brakes and I have to throw up. Is it just me? Oh, no, we've always told him that. He's terrible. And I go, well, he told me. It's never been brought up. So which one's lying? It's just these people with the driving.
I'm highlighting the zip it comment that goes with that story.
Yeah, right. That's exactly. He goes, "You're gonna." I go, "Listen, I gotta drive. I know I've been driving a lot lately, but we're going 3 hours. I'm gonna need to do this." No, you're not gonna do this. You're gonna get in the back and you're gonna zip it. That went in the memory bank and was like right under the second complaint before I quit. So if you're gonna have me in the band, either drive right or let me do it. I don't want to do it, but if you're gonna do it, feather the brakes.
Now, how pissed do you think he is that he's not going to be driving anytime soon with that band? I mean, anyway, listen, I see a lot of people are getting tired. They've had enough of this kind of thing.
Okay.
Ivan's got to get going to work. The Countess, her royalty Countess. But I will tell you that this has been a steady stream of people. I want to explain a little bit of my thought process and sum this all up. When my goal is to come on here live every Wednesday and talk about who's coming on and bash the people who aren't and those kind of things and solicit for tips so that I can buy a laptop that'll let me share screens and play games and
custard
and all these kind of things. And then, but keeping it interesting and then plug some of the other things that I have going on as well. I'm also glad to have a Chase over here. I think Chase is a lovely young lady. She said, "Glad I came." And it's
I'm glad you came.
So it's nice when a young lady comes. And
oh, you're terrible.
Here's the guy. I'm just trying to get everyone's input. I try to get you all involved. I know I got to get out of here in a minute. Listen, let's see here.
I'll be honest with you. I think they're having a good time. They're sticking around. We have a lot of people watching. They're saying nice stuff. We can only go for so long. I could
do it all night, Johnny. I don't mean to cut you off, but I did. I could do this all night. I could do a marathon. I could do a Jerry Lewis telethon. I once had an idea for Sin City Sinners. I had an idea for Sin City Sinners once to play 24 hours at that club that downtown that the Count owns. And what the gimmick was, we played one set every 30 minutes for 24 hours. It's a Guinness record. No wonder those guys hate me. And we had guests come up, and it was a lot of it was crazy, but a lot of fun. I could sit here. I don't go to therapy anymore. I graduated from that. The therapists always throw me out. They say you're fine, and then I want to come home but anyway, and so I could sit here and chat. I like an audience, and I find Johnny to be an incredibly entertaining guy, even though I cut him off occasionally. I find him to be funny and talented. So when he comes on, Johnny came on as a guest, and I was reluctant because I thought Johnny was one of these, these scabs, fake LA Guns and all that shit. But then I started listening to Johnny's music, and I realized he's underexposed. And I knew he was talented because I got to be honest, all these bands always talk about Monaco. They all talk about, you got to see this guy play, and people respect the music of Enough's Enough and the music that Johnny made with that band. So I was happy to have him on as an interview, as a guest, but he was good. And then I was doing this Christmas special, and I wanted to have people randomly show up. And yet again, he was good. And he had to kill time because I had internet problems. And I thought to myself, who would I have on if I ever have a sub? Well, a week later, guest cancels. I'm going to try Johnny again. It's hard to find someone that you can talk about things and laugh and try to entertain other people. There's 146 people right now watching this after 2.5 hours. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go on live because I'm trying to keep it constant. I'm going to start doing a show with where we talk about some of the Golden Robot artists and things like that. So then I said, I got to have Johnny on. And this is not prepared. I asked him a couple hours before going live, and all I was going to do was have him on to react to a couple of the things at that Rock Island festival. And because I thought maybe he saw the Enough's Enough video controversy. I don't call it Enough's Enough. I call it
Don't start with that.
So I thought maybe he would shed some light on the lip syncing controversy, and he did. And I told him, you come on for 10 minutes because I don't want to overexpose him, and he's not getting paid $1 million to be here. And I said, but at the same time, I'm happy that people are checking out his music and the music that he recommends too, because he has a great knowledge of music, and it's definitely different than what my knowledge is. So, but then we start talking, and I think it's entertaining. I told Johnny before, I watched the people, and if the people are staying in the room, well, then we'll keep talking. And yeah, and I want to point this out that Johnny also has a podcast. He said before, I'm talking as if he's not here, but he does it differently. It's a one-man show. He edits it. He does voices. He has a different thing. It's not just chat. This is just talk radio. Johnny's is very funny, and I recommend people do it. And I think maybe at some time he'll do it again, and maybe we'll cross promote these type of things. People say you should have Johnny on once a month. I couldn't see how that wouldn't happen as long as Johnny is willing to come on, because I think that this is a interesting thing. It's funny, and I think that Carla Green, a great name by the way, Carla, she thinks that we're entertaining. And be happy. Peace music. I always highlight the chick pictures. You ever notice that? Is that wrong? That it's coming? Not except
no. I mean, it's not wrong. It's there. You know what? Everybody here has been very. I'm trying to respond to people. I don't. I don't do a lot of these, so I'm still trying to figure it out myself. But the fact that they're listening and they're interacting, and I think that's great.
It's a great technology, and it's great to bring people together. The reason I did it was everyone's fighting about politics and rich people who don't give a F about us. Why don't we just talk about something? It'd be so much nicer not to turn on the news and to talk and to poke a little fun at some musicians and or sometimes lack thereof musicians. The Countess is a chick. Well, I should hope so. You're a Countess. Except Countess, you know what upsets me about your profile photo? Now I'm going to get in trouble. Is that you've got like a flower or something? That scares me because when I was before I had a domestic partnership, you get these girls and they message you on the Facebook and they've got like a unicorn or a kitty cat, and you're going, "There's no way this person's attractive. This is going to be bad," And not that there's wrong. Not everyone has to be attractive. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But so I like to see. I like, I think people's YouTube photos should just, be nudes, or whatever.
No nudes.
No nudes. That's old. No nudes is so 2001, now 21 or whatever year.
That's how the kids do it now. Like instead of sending someone like, "Hi," they send a picture of their hard wiener, and you're supposed to be like, "Oh, he's
not always hard.
Wooing me. He's wooing me. I can do so much with him. What are we going to do next week? Maybe a tractor pull, pumpkin patch? Oh no, just wiener stuff."
You ever go on the Tinder?
Yeah, I went on Timber once because I thought it was Tinder. A whole different ballgame. But I don't know that I wrote my bio on Tinder and I put it up there, and I'm like, I look mental. And then everybody who responded to me, they didn't understand it. So I don't think I do very well because for my age, and then they see me, it doesn't correlate. It's not the same. So I don't know that Tinder is for me. I think I'm more of a MySpace guy.
Yes. Well, that's the smart thing about you. And we shouldn't even be telling people, but if you sneak over onto MySpace, that's where there's less competition.
I'm not even sure what that is. I was trying to go on Pinterest for a while, but evidently that's something completely different.
I got a lot of pussy from Pinterest. There's
no hope. There's no hope for me. I Craigslist. I don't know where to meet. I talk to people in the hallway, and I'm fed up. So it's not going to work. And
Craigslist is a code too. You just got to learn the codes. Like I'm selling an attaché case. That means come tap that ass. You know what I mean?
Listen, I don't know about Craigslist. I was staying at the Palace Station, and I put in Palace Station in Craigslist, and so many wieners came up that I'm thinking, I'm laying in this bed where that man's wiener was with those curly Q hairs. And I'm just not happy with it. It's better I don't know. So I just, that's a hookup place evidently. And they have a good buffet, but other than that.
24-hour buffet. I would see Mike Varney there at 4 a.m.
Totally. Yeah. He took me there. We split the spot. But still, it was good.
Yeah, I would see him there with Alice Cooper. I mean, David Cooper. Cooper.
Miss David Cooper.
Winnie
Cooper. I don't even know the people don't know who that is. But
no, he's so inside, it's ridiculous. But Monaco, they want to know what's playing on the TV behind you. I do too.
Oh, that is I don't know where we're at anymore. Let's see here. Info. Ghost Adventures. It's one of my favorite shows. They get so worked up about nothing. If you ever want to know like something's never going to happen, just watch the Adventures of Oak Island. Otherwise, Ghost Adventures, like he's like, we're in a house. The house is haunted. Many people have been here, and it's like I can't stop listening. Nothing ever happens. There's never a ghost, but that guy. I kind of want to be on the show, and sometimes I watch the Osborne one about the ghosts, but she upsets me, and I don't know. I watch like 90 Day Fiance and My 600-Pound Life just to feel better about myself. And,
you ever go to that haunted house in town?
You know, a haunted house.
Not Phil Lewis's place. I'm talking about.
I've been to Phil Lewis's house.
He has a telescope. Phil, I went to Phil Lewis's house. I don't mean to cut you off. He was living in a skyrise like you, and he had a telescope pointing out the window. I'm not joking. And his wife, whatever she is, she was like designing something, and he was.
I like her. Yeah, she's very nice.
He was spinning records on his like record player, and he was saying, "Oh, darling, before we leave, I've just got to spin one more," and he was playing like, Street Life or some shit like that. Good stuff. Actually, that's too cool for him. It wasn't that good. It was, here's another one, baby. Darling, sit there. It was me and Brent Muscat. And all I keep thinking, Brent's like, listen, we've got to get to the show. And he's like, darling, behave. One more number.
Oh, I love it.
I felt like I was at, did you ever see a movie with Dudley Moore called Foul Play?
Of course.
Chevy Chase and Goldie Hawn also, but there's a scene where Dudley Moore brings Goldie Hawn to his house, and she's looking out the window, and he is unleashing his sex party. And me and Brent Muscat did notice that Phil had instruments around the house, not music. He sucks, but like a riding crop and like those kind of. And we were pointing, laughing, and but I swore at any minute Phil's bed would come down and like lights would be going. And,
I've been to that home, and he brought me upstairs. I just don't like talking bad about Phil because I really like him. But he brought me into his home, and he showed me the place, and I thought they were redoing the carpets. And he's like, no, that's how it is. It was like cement.
I've got a Roomba, darling.
Cracks all over it. And he took me upstairs, and it had a swamp cooler. I didn't know what that was at the time. And it was frightening. But I really like him, and she's really nice. I like her a lot. And they're doing their thing, and they're fine.
Yeah, and all is well in Munchkin Land. Jav, or whatever. He's asking what happened to the book Brent Muscat was going to write 15 years ago. I wrote the majority of that book, and Brent Muscat and I had a little bit of a fallout.
A little bit.
Yeah. It's not like I do impressions of him in a feminine voice. Although someone once asked him, a woman, "Are you married?" And he said, "I was once." And,
I hear he runs his house with an iron fist.
I've heard that exact line. He keeps.
Get back to your level.
Yeah. He said, he did an interview once with us. I came to Vegas and I made my wife go to dealing school. And it's like, wow, they're still making women do things. Amazing. Anyway, that book, maybe one day Brent will put it out. It was a long time ago, and I think that Brent had an interesting story. I still think that, and I think that it's a story that should be told. Whenever you write a book or something, obviously the other guys in the bands may have different stories. I think Tammy may disagree with some of the things in that book. I've been trying to get Tammy to come on the show, but now that he's clean and sober, I think he's thinking better of it.
Yeah, well, that's what's happening. The opposite is happening to me. I'm trying to start drinking. So,
yeah, well, you have those fruity pebble marshmallow beers, so why not?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here, but it's an IPA. I'm just trying to get ready for my gig Saturday night at Aces and Ales.
Oh, that's right. Well, there's a plug for anyone who's watching. If you're going to be in Las Vegas, you come out to Aces and Ales, and you get to see Johnny play a whole show. And I bet
Kerry Kelly has been texting me nonstop. He's like, "Are you promoting? Are you promoting?" I'm like, "I'm trying my hardest. It's my first show. What do you want me to tell you? I'm, slave driver, and I'm trying to get people to come out. But I don't know a lot of people here.
Is Kerry Kelly going to be there?
No, he's not going to be. he will not be there.
He's going to be playing Sister Christian in Dubuque.
He'll be playing. You know what? They were possibly one of the best bands at that whole gig. And I like you, just glossed over the like, well, it's fine. It's going to be good, blah, blah, blah. I want to hear the bad stuff. But it's like they're always good. They're a professional organization. They're very nice people. I've met them several times. I would be lucky to be in a band like that. And he deserves it. And he's a good guy and he works hard. And he lives in a castle by the lake or ocean with his beautiful wife. And
I'm going to tell you a secret about a guest that may be coming on the show, and I'm not supposed to say it. And it's still a little while off because there's a lot. Jeff Watson.
Oh yeah, he's crazy. I met him on the Aces or the Anchors and what? The tour that I was on. Anchors and what'd you say?
Anchors Away?
No. Axes and Anchors. It was a cruise for guitar player. It was a teaching cruise, and I was on it with Ingve, and he happened to be there, and I met him, and he was nice. A little nuts, but nice.
He's the Kerry Kelly. He gave Kerry Kelly a job without knowing it. Anyway, someone would like to see me make up with Brent and get him on the show. I would love to make that happen for you. I think Brent would be a great guest. You got to make up with him. I'd like to. I think he's going to be retired. And that's okay. I think he has a family, and I've got a million great stories about him. Some I can tell, some I cannot. But if he came on the show, who knows? He made a lot of bad decisions with how he did business with me. He made a lot of bad decisions how he did business with the Sin City Sinners. And, he talked a lot of shit and took a lot of credit for things he didn't do, like write the Metal Sludge tour diary. That Johnny Monaco was on that tour. I wrote the tour diary for him. A lot of people said, I don't think Brent could write like that. And they were right. So let's see. Anyway,
you should start that band again. I know a guy that might be interested.
Well, listen, I think the people here watching, they're from all over the world. They don't know what Sin City Sinners is. I will be honest, though. I did take a meeting the other day about a future of the Sin City Sinners All-Stars.
What?
Yeah, with some All-Star talent that and some All-Star talent that might be new.
Is Metal-Arc Lemon involved?
I love Metal-Arc Lemon. Someone would like me to get Donnie and Johnny back together. That's Donnie V. Okay, I had a research.
I want to do that too. Someone just needs to send him a plane ticket and make sure he goes from the airport to the hotel.
I like Donnie. I could talk about him for a long time. Obviously, Johnny can. He is hard to work with. He is hard. I mean, and I don't mean the song ring. That's Johnny knows about that stuff. I mean, like he just said, get him on a plane, get him to show up. I mean, I don't know.
That's like a Ramon song, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get into the show. Oh.
Yeah, I want to be sedated.
That's right.
Monaco Part 3 was awesome. Oh, that's not it.
Thank you.
It was awesome. Sinners at Green Valley Ranch. That was a great gig. That venue is now a bingo hall. I don't think it had anything to do with the Sinners, though. We had a lot of fun shows there, and I don't think Johnny jokes against Donnie. I don't think. I think Johnny.
I'm not joking. I'm just like trying to, tell you. I'm reading the comments, so if it looks like I'm not listening, I am listening. I'm just looking at the comments. So I'm sorry.
On this show, you can look at comments and you can cut me off. It's okay, even if Ken. I can't remember like people I know's name, but like that asshole left one nasty comment. I'm like, I'm on it.
Yeah, that bothers me still. I go through these and I see all the nice people and they're commenting and they're involved and they're into the conversation, and then one person has to say something, and I just like, can't we just have like a cage match for them? Like bring them here. Mm-hmm. We'll set it up either your place or my place. If they want to wear gloves or not, and we'll just see what happens.
I agree. And also, I think, now I got distracted. Just I was picturing it, but I think if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it. And I mean, don't watch tune out. Just tune out. I tell you, the people who leave the negative comments watch every week. They don't, except the people who talk too much shit, and then I ban them. And then they've screwed up because then they can't come back. So they had one shot at saying something witty, it wasn't. And then they can't watch the interviews with their favorite guests, and there's,
I mean, they don't even have to be nice. Just if you want to comment, if you have an opinion, you should state it. But some of these opinions, and I don't even mind being nasty or mean. You could be mean, but they're stupid.
I agree. Jason X has been asking this question for a while, and I haven't gotten to it. He wants to know, did you ever do the song Downhill by Enough?
Yeah, what's the guy's name? I'll post it right now.
Jason X.
Jason, watch how savvy I am right here. You're gonna love this right now. How fast did I just do this?
It's incredible. Yeah. So now, did you send it to him, or it's in the comments?
I put it in the comments, and I put @Jason X, and I put the link to the actual.
Incredible.
Right? And I should be your driving teacher. If I could do that, I could teach you how to drive. See, that's what people keep forgetting. They think we're idiots, but if we're playing Eruption in 8th grade, we could probably work at Menards. They don't have Menards on here, but you know what I mean.
One time I was playing Eruption myself at the Carnival Court.
Okay. Those two things I understand.
We were at Carnival Court, and we were playing songs. It was me, Scotty Griffin, drummer named Max Mazursky, who's the original drummer for Warrant, and a guy named Johnny Rocks, great guitar player, played on my album.
I know Johnny Rocks. I really like him. He's very
nice guy. Plays around town, does a lot of
love that work. Guy.
So we're wrapping up our set, and I think we're playing, like Fight for Your Right to Party or some nonsense. And this woman comes over and says, play Eruption. And I said, okay, maybe in the next set.
Like 100 years later, you mean? Or did that set that night?
Well, she played like 93 sets. Anyway, she then takes out a $100 bill.
Wow.
And I authenticated it with my pen,
You did not.
Well, and then I go over to Johnny and I say, this lady would like to hear Eruption. And he's like, well, I guess. And I go, and she has $100. And he goes, well, I'm going to play Eruption.
Oh boy.
To which I said, because, I know you like to say that the guitar player plays Eruption alone, but there are 3 notes that the bass player plays as well. And being the professional I am, I had to ask what those notes were. So technically, I played Eruption that night.
You didn't. Nobody at Carnival Court played Eruption that night. And that is a tricky one. Mike Zuder plays it, and sometimes he'll let me play it. So we go back and forth. We trade off. Like, you want to play Eruption? Sometimes he'll throw me a curveball, and he'll start playing it, and then he'll stop in the middle because there's that break, and then he'll walk back, and he'll be like, you take it. And I'm like, I'm in the middle of like eating a ham sandwich.
Look at him sharing and passing things around. It's amazing. Hard to believe.
Stop it. What? You two. I got to keep you two separated.
You're the one who's making this into a cuckold, not me.
Come on.
Not watching. You think he has internet? Oh, come on, stop it.
I don't know. I can get back to him. I'm going to get fired. I'm even working at Port of Subs, which is actually right across.
Amazing.
Yeah, but not when you have to work there. It's not.
Can you imagine playing Fly High Michelle at a Port of Subs? Oh, you're talking about making sandwiches.
Aren't you the guy from LA Guns? Yes.
Did you know that Fly High Michelle was written because Donnie V was coming home with drinking NyQuil because him and Derek Frigo were withdrawing from alcohol?
You told me that story before, and I do not believe it.
It's a great story.
It's a made-up story. And if you're drinking NyQuil, you're on your way to, serenity now. Please.
Is there a day in Chicago when you can't buy alcohol still?
No.
Because he tells the story that they couldn't get alcohol on this certain day.
Maybe he was in Utah.
That's in Utah. I know that. So maybe, I don't know why him and Derek Frigo would be in Utah, but we should get ourselves, a sixer of NyQuil or however they sell it.
Sixer.
I don't know how they sell it.
I wrote this guy @Jason X, and I put in the link to this to Downhill, and it shows it on my end. He's saying no link.
He's correct because I don't see it either. I feel like you've done that a few times. Maybe you're not hitting send.
Does that mean no? I see it on here. I see it on here.
Maybe it's delayed.
Maybe no links. Oh, he says no links allowed in this chat. Send it another way.
Oh, I just sent a question mark and it worked. Okay, so maybe they banned your link.
You can't send links.
I have to make you a mod or some shit like that.
So I don't know what has to happen here, but He's listening to us speak right now. So sorry about that, Jason. I tried to send that to you, and it did not go through because they do not allow links. But if you go onto YouTube and just Google search my name and that song, a couple versions will come up. One of them came up at the Galaxy Theater, which is no longer around, and Donnie V was actually in the crowd up in the balcony, is watching because he was happened to be in town, and we brought him up at the end, and he sang the last couple tunes, and he wasn't very happy with me at the time because we that was number 32 in a row on a White Lion tour. 32 in a row. Okay.
Was it really White Lion, or are you exaggerating?
No, it was White. Well, it was White Lion, except for that drummer that has a problem with me.
Was Vito Bratta there?
No, he was not there.
Was James Menzo there?
Listen, can we please stop with that? They were not there. And the one guy, the drummer, who I'm talking about, he was the road manager. He was there, and I remember slamming the door in his face on the tour bus, and there was an incident, but he was on that, and Mike Tramp was there, obviously, and the drums say White Lion on it. But if you go to YouTube and you Google any of that stuff, it will come up, and it was a great show, much better than whatever's happening now. I actually sang the songs, and it was good. And so Downhill was one that I picked to put in the set. And of course, I got pushback every time I suggested because there's so many good ones. Chip just wanted to play the standard stuff and get through it. And I wanted to play the deep cuts, and I won. So,
yeah. Indie Cult 777 says Midwest Sunday sales were banned until 2020. So maybe there was a time you should know you were living there. But,
what happened?
And then JC was nice enough to give us a $2 super sticker. That's euros, though, so that's probably like $3. And after YouTube takes their cut, it's about 50 cents. But he says Monaco e Dio. If you'd like to elaborate, because it's not E like in Spanish, because that would be a Y. So I'm not really sure what he's saying. Do you want to know what Monaco thinks of Dio?
No, I think what he's saying is, I'm looking it up right now. There's a translation.
I like Dion and the Belmonts.
I don't know what language that is, so I don't know the translation. But whatever "idio" means, it's probably I've been to Spain several times, and I had a spaghetti western. I almost wanted to move there. There was a small town that I visited, and I'm like, it's so nice here. I think I could live here. Like, I was crazy. Like, I thought I was going to move to Spain and live in this little town. I don't know what I would do for work because the Uber driver situation is probably not happening because very small dirt roads. But I just really liked it there. I don't know, man. I was tempted.
Monaco, you ever been to Monaco?
I've never been there, but I know that it's a very classy place, unlike this place. And whenever I would go, if I thought I would ever go there, I would always feel like I would be like, well, I'm Johnny Monaco. But that's kind of like a common name there, I think. So
I went to Monaco before for a porno award show.
Of course you did.
Well, because you were saying it's classy, and you're correct. It was called the Hot Door Awards. If that one guy's watching who doesn't like stories with an ending, I promise you this one has an ending.
Oh, Jesus.
But and it's interesting though. So
I'm listening.
I was working with a guy named John Wayne Bobbitt. He had his penis cut off.
We know who he is.
Yeah, he had his penis cut. So we were working with him, and I was promoting something for Trauma. Do I have to mute you again?
No, I mean not yet. Hold on. I have to check my battery power here. Oh, I'm getting very low. But go. Yeah, you can mute me. Go ahead.
All right. So I'll talk while Johnny Monaco. So rudely, I'm going to take him out for a second. All right, he'll be back. So I'm at this thing called the Hot Door Awards, and I meet a young woman by the name of Jenna Jameson. Boy, my hair looks terrible in this big frame. And Jenna Jameson was new to that industry, and she was beautiful. She was too beautiful to be in that industry. I was there working with Trauma, the horror company again, but I also had some interest in an adult company at that time. and who doesn't? And so anyway, I met Jenna Jameson, and she was so great. There weren't a lot of American adult film stars there. It was a lot of it's an international festival, the Hot Door Awards, D''OR. You can Google that. Can't share the link for it though. But so anyway, at the it was nice, and I'm having this nice long chat with Jenna Jameson. She's very young. People didn't know her. Anyway, at the end of the night, she ends up in the bathroom banging this girl named Felicia, and that's the story. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. But I mean, meeting her, she was a doll. I think she might be a little out of it now. I'm bringing back Johnny, and anyway, yeah, everyone's lined up outside the bathroom. I go, well, what's going on? And they go, well, this young girl, she wasn't even famous yet, was banging Felicia, who was famous, and we all like watched a little bit, and maybe even kind of golf clapped at the end. So for those of you who don't think my stories have a ending, there you go. Go fuck yourself. Now, Monaco Dio means Monaco is God.
Oh, come on.
That is what it means. Yeah,
they're very, very kind, and I'm glad everybody's having a good time and watching. I just appreciate, you having me on, and everybody all over the globe is, tuning in to chime in and have fun. We're all just hanging out, and it's awesome.
JC is Italiano, by the way, so that's where he's coming from.
Well, I'm Sicilian. I'm part Napolitan, so I'm all Italian, and I've been there several times. And my parents speak a little Italian. My grandparents were from Italy, and then you got, this, which is from Chicago. I'm more of a Chicago Italian, like Tony Spilatro, and a couple of those people were like uncles to me, and my dad would run with them in circles, and so I knew them growing up. But I don't speak any Italian, so I'm kind of a fake, but in that respect.
I shot this great video here in Vegas of all the legendary mob sites, all the things that happened in the casino, and I show you all that stuff. It's really interesting, and
I loved it back then. That was such an interesting time. It's a lot different now,
Different, a different time. Okay, so I try to wrap this up. I try to wrap this up an hour ago, but then I get interested again. I like that Jay says he digs that I chill with Epiphone and Squires. It's so punk and improves expensive gear it doesn't make a better player. And I've brought this up with Johnny before because I would be scared playing with Johnny. Someone said in the comments that they played drums with Johnny and he was very mean or something along those lines. You see that one?
I did not see that. I don't know about how
Johnny is very measured and metered. And I think if I ever played with Johnny, I would give him the same advice that I give other musicians. All of that, follow the bass player in the rhythm section and bonding. It's all bullshit. It's not going to happen tonight. If you don't like how I play, don't complain. I did a show with Scott Coogan, your friend.
He's great on drums. Come on.
And he's great. And he said he's with Stephen Piercy. He'll be there also.
Of course, yeah.
Anyway, I was having trouble with my vision. And I played in a celebrity poker tournament. Obviously, it was very loose. They let me. And I couldn't see the cards. And my friend Rachel was having to tell me what the cards were. And someone goes, he's cheating. And I go, well, first of all, she doesn't know anything about poker. And I go, I'm not cheating. I can't see the cards. And it's for charity. So that night, I go and I play some songs with Scott Coogan. And he tells me, what happened? And I go, what do you mean what happened? He goes, oh, man, your playing sucked. He goes, much worse than usual. And I said, well, that's odd. The next day, I went to the hospital. I got diagnosed with diabetes, and I was legally blind. How about that for an ending?
That's a nice story, Jason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know what to say about that. I'm looking at some of the comments. I'm still looking at our comments here.
Well, Indie Cult has been really nice enough because they're going to lose demonetizing because of all those songs you played. But luckily, they can't take away these super stickers. So Indie Cult 777 would like to know the best concert we've ever seen, not together, individually. So
okay, me? Okay, I want to say it was one of two. It was either REO Speedwagon at Alpine Valley or Rush.
Yeah, those are great. You can't go wrong. I don't really have a quick answer. So for the punk side of things, Yeah, I got to see the Ramones. It was nothing more incredible than seeing, 85 songs in 23 minutes. And the fact that the original lineup is completely gone makes it even so. But it's a personal one. I saw the Sex Pistols play their last American show in Las Vegas before heading off. They broke up after that. They'll probably never play again together. Obviously, Sid was gone. They had the original bass player, Glenn Matlock. I had low expectations, and it was great. But I've seen so many shows I was fortunate to be at, and some of those shows have become rock history. But I think I gave you at least a little bit. I'm a little too young. I hate to say that. I missed a lot of my heroes. And I agree. Felicia had perfect tatas. I agree. When you're right, you're right. The stories here, I'm not going to go into too much. What is Johnny's thoughts on Chip taking the name? He says all of those things in our first interview. So I said,
one person asked when was the last time I talked to Chip.
That's good.
I got to be honest with you. I was driving Jason Green, Ryan Johnson. I keep bringing him up. I don't know. Maybe we're dating. I don't know. But okay, Ryan Johnson took me out to see System of a Down, which was
did you do something wrong?
It was not in my wheelhouse. Some guy gave me cocaine at this show. I didn't do it, but I wanted to. I just didn't know what he was saying to me, and I couldn't understand him. Anyways, we watched System of a Down, and then we went out to Ryan. What's it called? Ryan's
Hope?
No, Rye and something.
Pastrami?
It's a steakhouse on.
No, I know. I can't think of the name, but I know you're talking
Sahara. Anyways, it's Rye and something. And it's a famous steakhouse on Sahara. So we went in there. He bought us all steaks. He's very generous. The bill had to be $500. I ate like I was going to electric chair. And then I had to drive him back to the casino to pick up his car because we had dropped it off there. It was at the MGM. And I took a hard left and went the wrong way down Las Vegas Boulevard. So I was driving into oncoming traffic on Hollywood Boulevard after like 3 old fashions and like $300 worth of steak. And he's like, yeah, Monaco, you can't drive this way. What are you doing? So I drove around and he's like, we're going to call Chip. I'm like, no, call. So he called him on the phone at like 3 a.m. and Chip, hello. He answered and we talked on the phone. And I was like, hey man, how you doing? I felt like I was like very uncomfortable and I was drunk and I was driving into oncoming traffic and I was
my driving.
That's right. Yeah, but I got out of it. So I quickly made a U-turn and got running around, but because these streets are very confusing out here, much like the people in the elevator. So but it was great, and I got out of it, and that was the last time I spoke to him. That whenever the System of a Down show was here in Las Vegas, which I want to say was about 2.5, 3 months ago, and it was just a quick thing back and forth. I'm like, hey, I miss you. How you doing? He gave me some BS friendly line. He probably didn't mean it, and then we hung up, and that was it.
Freedom at all?
He didn't mention my freedom, but only because he might not be vaccinated. But other than that, he spoke to me briefly. And, he's a hard guy not to like. I've spent a lot of time with him. And that's what I don't like. When you spend time with people and then you have a falling out, unless they did something with your wife or diddled your kid or did something crazy, everything else is kind of like, it's a big deal. So I did a couple podcasts. So I called you Zump and Donnie V, Charles Manson.
Like you have marbles in your mouth, but that would be better than what he sounds like. Stuff like that. Garbage.
Marbles. Those are little things, and I'm really pointing out the obvious.
Apples and oranges.
But it's like, unless it was something terrible that can be unforgiven, like a murder or a sex thing or some kind of, if you stole something, not the show, but money. but it's like, if it was something terrible, then I could understand somebody hating you or disliking you, like, Stalin. But otherwise, you kind of got to give it up. I would be, if someone pointed out the obvious and made jokes of it, I'd be like, well, he's kind of right. And he said that initially, but I think something soured him. And I think it's those do-gooders in his band, those virtue signaling hillbillies that think they're really nailing it.
I don't
So it's
really
like,
like his band. I don't mean to cut you off, but you set me up for this. I don't know if they're good or not, but they don't look right for me. I want to see some guys look a little glam. Enough's enough. It's supposed to have an image to it. Don't, it's bad enough that Chip looks like the ice cream man. Give me from Phantasm, give me something like, I just think those guys look dull. I tried watching a clip, and first I couldn't get past the alleged lip syncing. And then I'm thinking, come on, why don't you schmucks put a peace sign on?
I'm not happy with any of it. I don't think about it anymore. For a while I did, but I don't get it. I get it. I don't like it, but that's just, if he wants the Eddie Murphy up there and the guy with the hat. If you're going to bring a Telecaster to an Enough's Enough show, I'm
having a hard time. Of course, it's ridiculous.
It kind of screams, "I'm doing what I want. You need me here, so this is what I'm doing." As opposed to giving it all up for the song and playing what you're supposed to play for those parts and learning those parts.
Amen. Should I go with this comment on the screen or just let it be?
He did not. I know who that is. He's joshing. I mean, I kind of.
You really do know this person?
I think I know who that is, and I think he's.
You can figure it out from that.
I think he's just. Yeah, I think he's just joshing. He's just stirring the pot a little bit. He's a nice guy and everything. He's on my, his friend online. Well, he was like I kicked off a year ago. Which everybody, I'm back on Facebook. Which I think that was a mistake.
Chip said this is the best lineup he ever had on any track.
Yeah, well, he's mental. Because I got to be honest with you, other than the original and the one right after that with Ricky Parent, that trio we had, and you can go look it up online because YouTube is the, that tells it how it is. And if you're saying this new lineup is the best, that's just you saying I have the best yes men to tell me what I want to hear.
I don't know who Eric Donner is. I am familiar with the Donner.
Eric, yeah. Eric was in our trio. Eric was in the trio that we played that was on those links that I was sending to people. And he sings great. He lives in Chicago. He is the son of Ral Donner, who is a legendary performer in Chicago from the 60s and 70s.
And the Donner Party. I'm familiar with that kind of.
No, that completely different party. Oh. And I talk to him all the time. I talked to him the other day, and he's great. And he's kicking butt, and he's doing really great. And he plays 6 nights a week, guitar and singing, and he's a drummer, and he's saying great. Enough's Enough. And if you go on those links, you'll see him playing. He's a guy with the short hair that looks cool, who's singing and playing all the parts correctly. So that was, to me, the best I could do. That was a great lineup. And
cannibalism doesn't sound like much of a party.
It's not the same Donner Party.
Okay. Because I would say the name sounds off, but okay, he's a different person.
The trio is great, and if you look up Ral Donner, you will find a history on him, and it's in his blood. He can't help it.
Well, and he's a lot of blood when you're a cannibal. Someone wants to know when Miguel's coming back on. He'll be back for the next hot sauce tasting, and maybe Johnny's up for that too. He'll try some hot sauce. We'll all do it together. It'd be fun. Let's see. A lot of people enjoyed that trio. You were talking about having dinner and with $500 bill, and I meant to ask you ever go to dinner and with somebody who has more money than you, and then pull the pocket leg move, which is you when you're ordering, you're going, I don't have enough, because you don't know if the person's paying. Sometimes you go out.
Today, actually, something sort of like that happened. Ryan Johnson is doing well for himself. He's a self-made person. He came from the Midwest. He came out here. He's been here for years and years. As you know, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. And he's built himself up, and he's doing well. I do okay, but I'm not rich. Today, we went to lunch at an Italian deli over in Chinatown. Really good place. Roma.
Oh, yeah, that's good, yeah.
And it was great. He knows where to go. And I paid. And I usually don't. He pays for everything every time. He's paid for every steak. He's spent hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars on me. He's a generous person, and he knows I'm not, and he helps me out, and he does. But I just felt bad. So today it wasn't that much. It was still a lot. It was way more than Outback, but I paid because I just I probably owe him like lots. And so yeah, I was kind of in that position today, and for some reason I just got crazy and I just, paid for everything. But
Did he say, "What are you doing"?
no, he said thanks and he was cool about it. But I mean, it's like, we don't talk about it. It's kind of an unsaid thing, but you know, he probably should have tackled me and stuffed my $40 back into my mouth. But
You must have been thinking, I got to get him to pay for at least the next 6 to make up for this.
6 for sure.
Yeah.
He
Well,
took me downtown to a steakhouse down on Fremont Street in one of the casinos, like the best one ever. It was like $350. It's like, so he's been very kind to me. And
he took me to see Social D, Social Distortion. I think assholes just call them D, and it was very good. Him and I also went to Benihana, which is the Japanese place where they cook raw food on your table, and Steven Adler was with us, and
love it.
Steven Adler brought a bag full of ring pops and pixie sticks because he was on this stuff called heroin. And allegedly, and so he likes sweets. He likes sweets, and so Ryan was trying to resurrect Steven's career. By the way, I hear Steven is vegan. He's healthy. He's doing great.
Lives in Beverly Hills. Yeah, he's fantastic.
God bless him. Because I tell you what, I knew him, and he wasn't doing so good. I bought a bunch of his paintings. I have them in the other room. Stephen Allen. I have a whole art museum of Stephen paintings. I thought for sure this guy will be dead any day, and I'll sell these damn things.
Terrible.
And they're still here, and he's still running around. Last time I saw him, he played Dodger Stadium with Guns N' Roses, 2 songs. But he was there, and we had a nice encounter. But that's not the point. This is Benihana. He's married to a woman from some foreign country, Argentina, Brazil, who knows?
That sounds about right.
I said that Kiss is bigger than Guns N' Roses. Holy shit. He was away from the table doing something, if you know what I mean. But she freaked. And I was just making the point that Kiss has been a band for, 50 years? And have made records consistently. And Guns N' Roses had like a 4-year career the first time. I probably would listen to Guns N' Roses more than I would listen to Kiss, to be honest. But I think that it's hard to compare a band. This argument about the Beatles and the Stones is tricky too. The Beatles only lasted so long. They influenced everybody, of course.
Yeah.
But the Stones has never stopped. So it's different things. Anyway, they got so mad at me. I'll show those paintings another time. I've never even thought about bringing those up. I saw another question. Oz Fox follow-up. You can watch it. It's on the Christmas special. He comes on and he talks about his health. He's doing great. He survived 2 brain surgeries. Listen, maybe this God thing is something we should. Maybe it's working. I don't know. I mean, listen. To who am I to judge? But it worked for him. Anyway, so and I don't want to turn this into a big fight of Guns N' Roses versus Kiss. Everyone's got their own opinion. Back to the pocket leg move. You go out to eat with someone who's got more money than you, and you go, "Fuck! I wonder if they're going to try to split this bill. What if they're going to go Dutch when they're fucking rich?" And they know that I'm not. And so what you have to do is, and if then you say, you kind of look around and go, how much do I order? You got to know the move.
Right.
Do I have an appetizer? Because they might hit me for my share. And boys, it's going to be embarrassing. So what you have to do when the bill comes is the pocket leg move. And it's tricky. You take your hand and you go for your pocket. You know there's nothing in your pocket but your leg. And you hope they call your bluff and you go, and then you hope that they cut you off before and then they go,
oh yeah, okay,
I got it, and then you go, oh okay, and then you put your hand out of your pocket that has nothing in it, and you let the richer person pay.
Well, that didn't happen this time, and it was fine because, like I said,
put your hand in your pocket.
He's paid for so many lunches, and he offers to take me out. Usually, if you offer to take the person, you pay. And that would have been the case, but he's paid so much and he's done so much for me and he's employed me and he's let me work at his company.
How premeditated was it? I'm cutting you off. How premeditated was it? Like, did you go today? I pay for lunch, or what were you feeling?
No. He would have paid all day. He's never flinched, and I just did because I just felt like that's what I should do, even though I don't have as much money.
What did you have?
That I had the Sicilian sub, which was fantastic, and he had a meatball parm and a soup. So it was still it was still a pretty good amount.
$30 or so, probably,
40
right?
bucks. Yeah, more than that.
Who's
But
down?
that place is good. He's done a lot for me and I owe him. And, I just felt that I should just, I don't know what's wrong with me.
This is a good question right here. How long do you keep your hand in your pocket before you give up? It's a great question. But it's an art. You have to know that you have to feel in your heart they're gonna bluff. Or here's the move. You pull out the lint and you go, holy shit, I left my wallet at home. I can't believe this is so embarrassing.
This is what I would do. I would go like this.
You would not do that.
I'm kidding.
But
no, I would just pull out my MasterCard and look at the statement at the end of the month and go,
bounce.
Oh, why did I pay for that?
I would have probably ended up having bounce. I'd have to go home and check my account and go, holy shit. I make a living talking to people and making fun of has-beens on a fucking podcast.
I need more gigs. Someone needs to book me at the barbershop. Oh, but by the way, I did haircuts all around over the other day at Rebel Tickets.
We never got into that, and let's get into that for a second, then we'll get out of here. Do you make eye contact as you move your hands towards your pocket? Oh, yes, because you have to signal that you're going for the pocket. So it's a full-on act. It's a 3-act thing. You look up, you look down, but you let them sort through it a little bit. They hand it to the rich person. In my case, the rich person is usually famous, by the way. I have famous friends. I did this with Stephen Piercy once. I booked him for an appearance. It was an autograph signing. He made a lot of money. I paid him his cut. I got my cut. He gets more. He's Stephen Piercy, of course. He's very generous to me. And it's me and my friend, the girl that you saw driving me around. That I wrote the song about being a cunt.
Come
she's
on.
She's not. And anyway, the bill comes, and Stephen, the whole meal is going, yeah, we should have some of this, and we should have some of that. You want to get some of this? And I'm going, no, we don't want that. And he's like, I'm gonna get a tartar. I'm like, oh, geez. And the bill comes, and he goes, so who's paying for this? And I go, what do you mean who's paying for it? You're paying for it. I paid you. I know how much money you have, and you know how much money I have. You win. But sometimes you're with people who are famous, and you have to play the game where you think about it, you look up, and almost every time you'll win. And this is a good. It's also how when Clark Griswold asks Eddie, how much money are you talking about? He opens the wallet and he says, whatever it is, $10,000. And Clark starts putting the money back and close the wallet. I've done that move too. Now we've been talking now for 3 hours, 18 minutes, and 4 seconds. It doesn't feel like it because I think we've been having a good time. There's 138 people watching this live. Okay. I don't know how many people watch this. Here's the good thing about this going into syndication, where you watch it later, is that I don't know who's going to catch all of these jokes. I mean, we've insulted certain people, mainly I, and there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of humor. I also think that the guy who didn't understand when I cut you off, that it's funny. I'm not cutting you off intentionally. It's cutting you off to bring up something ridiculous. I shouldn't have to explain the humor, but maybe people don't know that we have a dry sense of humor. I would love for Johnny to talk like Chip and Donnie. He has not wanted to do it last time. I asked him the first time. He was playing it straight for that interview, and it's great. If he wants to give you a Donnieism, that would be up to him. Can you give us at least give us a choice between Charles Manson and Donnie V?
I don't even know how to approach that anymore. I mean, I've said everything I can say in my podcast, and evidently it was wrong, and it was taken wrong. And I mean, we're fine. I haven't heard from him in a while, but I think we're okay. And I mean, I just really like his songs. And if I had to pick a side, I just, with the other team, I just don't know what to think about it. It just seems ridiculous to me. And it seems just so
he's not gonna do it, is what he's telling you. But if you go listen to his podcast, he has an amazing podcast. It's very funny. And he has one episode that he sent me. I had to download one of those speakers or some shit.
Could do it it's on iTunes as well.
Oh, it's on iTunes. Okay, yeah. And anyway, you can listen to it, but he does this great thing where part of what he says is Charles Manson or Donnie V. You be the judge. And it's great. I like all these old porn stars we're naming. Shayla LaVoe, she was not one of my favorites. Jill Kelly was beautiful. Also not one of my favorites. Chloe is a great one. Chloe. Tell you a quick Chloe story. This is a really hard story to tell cleanly. Yeah, and if you're offended, log out. If you're a woman, log out. If you're a woman of the evening, stay tuned. So me and Brent Muscat of Faster Pussycat, we go to this adult auction. It's for charity, where adult film stars are auctioning things off for charity. And Chloe, she might have dated Tammy back in the day. She knew all the rock guys. She has a thing that she's famous for that involves a fist and her vagina. And so she was auctioning off a chance for people to do that with their fist. So I said, Brent, I'm going to buy this for you. We've got to have this experience. You need to fist this person. And he's like, oh my God, I couldn't. There's no way I'm going to do that. I'm so embarrassed. He was turning like pink or whatever, pale. And I said, but you better be careful that you don't lose your watch. And then he's like, oh my goodness, you think she really can do it? And then he was kind of interested. Maybe. Well, I don't know. And I'm like, just take the wedding ring off while you do it, or use the other hand. He's like, I'm going to think about it. Anyway, and she told us that we could do it for complimentary. And we didn't get to do it. Anyway, Tori Wells, did that story have an ending? I think it did. Tori Wells was great. You're not mentioning my favorites like Christy Canyon, but or whatever. Italian. I don't know if you can say that word. I quite just talk about fisting, but let's see. I'm trying to go through this. I want to wrap it up, but I mean, it's hard to. Yeah, that's right. It's not cutting off. That's how men talk. Exactly. That's how men talk. That's what this is. Boys talk. This is locker room talk. That's what they call this. Oh boy. We're big macho guys. We sit around here and we talk about man things. We talk about eating meat and football, drinking beer,
eating meat. Love it.
Well, you eat it, not me. But Janine was beautiful. Yeah, she's still around. Anyway, I don't know how this turned into all porn stars, but
yeah, you won that award, right? What's it called? The AVA.
I do. I have an AVN award. I'm going to show that one of these days. Oh Jesus! Johnny Monaco left. You guys believe that? We finally offended him. You guys want to just sit and talk about adult movies? Now's our time. He finally had enough. He finally had enough. Anyway, he'll be back. But I got to tell you, I've had a really great time chatting with everyone. I can't believe that some of you have been here the entire 3.5 hours. How amazing is that? And it was fun. I honestly was just going to do my normal shtick, talk a little bit, tell you what's coming up. And I thought it'd be fun to see Johnny pop in and tell us a little bit about what he thought of the Enough's Enough controversial Enough's Enough performance. And so either he made a big exit, we played him off, or more than likely his cell phone died. Oh, no, he's back. Hold on. There he is. He's probably on a different device or something. What happened, Johnny?
We've talked so long that my ovaries dried up.
I thought that maybe
my battery died.
So we were guessing. I thought maybe the conversation was too racy for you, and you just said that's it.
Yeah, I was worried about that terribly. I was immediately on Pinterest. I just when you plug these phones in, you got one jack, so you could plug the ears in, but you can't plug in the power unless you have a special thing. And I do have that somewhere, but so yeah, I'm on my iPad right now. Is it better?
Yeah, well, at least you had devices ready to go. But I was saying maybe it's that, or maybe you just wanted to make a big exit. Maybe you wanted
that would have been a good exit, wouldn't it?
He just wanted to take off, but of course, it was just his lack of power, not water power. That's a movie we talked about on another episode. But I was saying, I was sort of wrapping up. I was saying that it's been 3 hours and 25 minutes, and some people have been with us from the beginning to the end. I love it. I'm into the endurance challenges. I'm so grateful for everyone who subscribes. That's not bullshit. I really think it's amazing. I've only been doing this for a year, and we're almost at 10,000 subscribers. How crazy is that? And it really has been fun. And I think the people who watch it, you get this. Maybe one of you will leave a nasty comment, but the rest of you get it. And even you with the nasty comment, you'll be back. You'll be back. They always come back. And the regular show, Friday interview, Monty Melnick from the Ramones, the tour manager of the Ramones, the one and only tour manager they had. He'll be here on Friday morning, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'll be in the text, in the chat live. And then the following week, Dave Roach from Junkyard will be here. They're considered an underexposed band as well.
Underexposed.
Someone's asking if I would do a charity boxing match with Phil Lewis. So I once offered to do a charity boxing match with Bobby Blotzer, and I said that I would donate the women. I would donate the money to a battered women's charity.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not sure why I picked that charity, but at the time I thought it was fitting. Google it. So. Someone asking about anyway, would I if it was really for charity? Johnny, I don't know if you know, I've raised over $1 million for charity. That's a true story. It sounds like I'm bragging a little bit. I am, but you know what? It's such a great cause, and it brings awareness.
That's fantastic, actually.
For the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, that is how I began with this, because I had a very close friend who lost her life to cystic.
I remember.
Yeah, she was a great person, and I will tell you that they've made some amazing advances. I know a lot of people who have kids, and I've met a lot of people. I still go out and do what I can. I walked a mile for that charity. 26 miles I walked.
That's crazy.
Marathon, yeah. And I was out of shape, and I did it. But anyway, and then Toys for Tots every year. St. Baldrick's, I shaved my head 4 times for kids with cancer. Right now, there's some neurotic kid with my hair walking around talking with his hands.
I love it.
Yeah, and anyway, so would I beat up an old man to help people? Yes, I would.
I want to be involved. I don't want to fight him, but I'll fight other people. So if there's something else I can do to fight somebody,
could be good. So as you've learned, we're up for anything. And I see somebody asking about my domestic partner. She appeared on my other channel, which is The World of Jason Green, and she is in law school. And so she has much more important things to do than sit around and put up with this bullshit. Her school is remote right now. So literally I sit in one room. She's not here right now, but I sit in one room and tell dick jokes, and she sits there and gets a very important education. So
we're talking about the current situation,
the current situation, domestic situation. Yes.
Okay.
Not the person that I wrote the record about.
No.
Called the C word.
Okay. Well, that's
this
good.
thing I did, Randy Martin, that you're talking about was the CMS. That's a show there's a podcast that I went on, and I talked about the situation with Bobby Blotzer. And I decided not to let the guys ask any questions. I just spoke for 45 minutes straight. I cut them off. I do that. And then at the end, there was nothing to say. And anyway, it was very funny, and it got like 1 million views. And that was the beginning of people asking me to do this type of thing. And Warren DeMartini and Stephen Piercy were both listening. And I can tell you that is Greg D'Angelo, who is the real drummer for White Lion. He introduced me to Stephen, and that began our career for whatever.
Wow.
So a lot of people ask about Doug Pinnick. It's spelled D-U-G, not D-O-U-G. But he would be great, and I should have him on. He was just at that local jam thing, and I think he'd be a great guest. I kind of forget. You do know Doug Pinnick?
Of course, he's great.
Yeah, and so I think he would be, and I bet you he's got some great.
I got another one for you too that I was thinking about today.
Mm-hmm.
And a guy from Las Vegas who just moved here recently, and I think he lives in Scotty Griffin's building.
Okay.
Alan Childs.
Now you have to explain to me who that is. I apologize.
He is a drummer that played with David Bowie, and he plays with John Waite right now.
Well, that would be great. What Bowie years was he involved?
I want to say, let me see here. I'll tell you right now.
Somebody pitched me on somebody today who lives in Vegas, and I had no idea.
Yeah, he played in David Bowie in the 1987 Glass Spider tour, and he also played with Julian Lennon, and he lives here in Las Vegas. And he took a photo and posted it on Facebook, and I'm pretty sure he's in your boy Scotty Griffin's building.
I'll have to ask Scotty one. And
actually,
then,
I could be wrong. Actually, now that I'm seeing it, I'm seeing the Stratosphere. But then
but Scotty lives near the Stratosphere.
Yeah, I know, but I'm seeing the Stratosphere. Like he lives facing the other way. Maybe, but it could be.
Where there's two towers. Phil Lewis used to live in one, and Scotty lived in the other, and they would look at each other's windows with binoculars. I'm not joking.
I know he did buy him that as a gift.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of creepy. But yeah, I think he would be someone good because he brings a lot of history.
Yeah, that would be good. I wish I could remember who told me this name. Maybe it was you. But somebody's like, "Don't you know this guy lives in town?" And I said, "I have no idea."
Who?
I can't remember. You didn't tell me that?
Bruce Bouillet?
That's it. Did you tell me that?
Yes, of course I did.
Yeah, Bruce Bouillet of the Scream fame would
Racer X.
Yeah, of course, Racer X. I thought I'd go with the obscure one first. He would be great to have on the show. He was also a teacher at the GIT or whatever.
Yeah, he's great. He's a really good guitar player.
Do you know him?
In passing, like I teched for Racer X back in the 80s. So
That's
he
crazy.
might remember me a little bit, but we don't hang out or anything. But I mean, yes, we've met.
So don't drop your name.
He probably wouldn't remember.
He probably wouldn't pick it up.
No. But as we're going out.
You got some going out music?
I think so.
All right.
I
It's
can't
only been
get
3 hours and 32 minutes.
We have been talking a long time. I missed dinner, which is fine because I need to lose 4 pounds.
You had a big Italian dinner that you paid for. You can't pay for two.
You're sorry.
Is it Bruce Bouillet song?
This one is a beautiful tune. You might remember this one. It's got a B minor 7 flat 5 to an E7. Who was thinking of that when they were living in their hovel? You never give me your money. You only give me your funny paper. And in the middle of negotiation, you break down. I never give you my number. I only give you my situation. And in the middle of investigation, I break down.
I listen. I would love the end for you who don't listen. I would love to hear the whole thing. I always thought I would tell the sinners we should end the show and play the whole fucking medley, and they would say who not enough people would know it, and I would say who cares, and that's good, and they could leave by that point. I once I'll tell a story another time, but Jimmy Crespo from Aerosmith, I worked with him, and he in the rehearsal space he would just play the entire side
Love
2
it.
of Abbey Road. And I think it's
Love
so
it.
great. So, but anyway, that was he was beginning the medley of side 2 of on Abbey Road. It's incredible, and it's incredible. And if you haven't heard it, listen to it. I'll come out to the Aces and Ales if you play.
Oh, that would be awesome if you showed up. That'd be great. It's going to be an interesting night. It's this Saturday. It's at Aces. It starts at 8:30 and out there in Tenaya. And I don't know what to expect. And hopefully it goes okay and they don't throw me out.
Yeah. So anyway, Johnny was not here for his health or lack thereof, but he is playing this Saturday night at Aces and Ales here. He will be there again next month if this one goes well. So come out.
That's right.
And help him carry that weight. And then he's back on Facebook. I know by popular demand. He was shut down for quite some time. He has a video about it. I thought he was going to jump off the ledge in his video. He was getting so upset.
Terrible 2 years. Yeah, it was rough.
But he's back. He's back. So if you want to send him dick pics, or you want a date, or you want to whatever, I don't know what the kids do on the Facebook anymore, but he's available for all of that. and you can hear his music, which is the most important thing. I got to tell you, he's got some damn catchy songs. I mean that. He's funny to have on here too, but he's got some great music. I hope to help overexpose his music to more people, and I think we will. And I think there's some future things that we'll work on as well. And I would love to have him on the show, to be honest with you. And Indie Cult, I'm going to make sure I do give this to him because he was great. And I wish we could just put a cup out and do that. My neighborhood's probably more jumping right now than yours, but when I say jumping, I mean crackheads. But that's neither here nor there. I got a gate, you know what I mean? I got a wall. It's a tremendous wall. It's fantastic, actually. It's a fantastic, tremendous wall, and it keeps people out. People of other.
I got 2 roundabouts, but that's all I got.
Yeah. It's anyway. I'm working on a moat. I'm working on an alligator moat, and I'm going to put it in my instructions with Amazon. When you come over, be careful. Build a bridge. Be careful of alligator. Slay the dragon, ring the bell. What a beautiful view tonight.
Yeah, there's the moon.
Look at that. I think it's a full moon, or last night was a full moon.
There's the moon, and there's the idiots.
Mm-hmm. The moon sometimes brings out the idiots. Is your neighbor down there smoking?
He's not there right now, but he was there earlier, and
he might have the emphysema.
I've had more than enough of him.
He might have the emphysema tonight. Anyway, so like I said, I'm happy having Johnny on as often as possible. I think it's a lot of fun, but I would like to work out, and I got a big meeting tomorrow. I don't like to talk too much about meetings before they happen. I have a lot. I'm prepared. I have a lot of notes, and maybe we can figure out a way to make this a monthly segment, a weekly segment. Listen, if someone will sponsor this damn thing, I think Johnny and I would be happy to come on and do a special thing. I think there could be a funny thing where maybe we read headlines from a website like Metal Sludge or Blabbermouth, and we can discuss them. It'd be like TMZ. We'll analyze the hot news stories, and sometimes I'll know the people involved. Sometimes he'll know the people involved. These are all angles and things that could possibly happen. I want to be the Bruce Springsteen of podcasts, the Axl Rose, the Dave Chappelle, these guys who play 4 hours, and some of it you don't want to hear. You know what I mean? Like Chinese democracy songs. Maybe you don't want to hear it, but you're going to hear it anyway. If you want the good stuff, you got to deal with a lot of stories about Uri Geller. That's just how it goes. And maybe you like it and maybe you don't. You can always line up. That would be a good bill right there. Johnny fights the smoker, and I'll fight Phil.
Oh, that guy! I cannot with that guy.
We're going to go to the Portillo's, and we're going to order the hot dogs, and we're going to go to the custard, and we're going to call Warren DeMartini, who's not going to answer, and there was all that, and so much more to come. So, as I was saying, this Friday, you tune in, you watch Monty Melnick. Next week, Junkyard. I'll be live back here again next Wednesday. You never know who's going to turn up. And then also I got the auctions. I didn't mention the auctions, but I'm hosting these auctions on the Whatnot site. And they gave me all this money to give away. I got all kinds of money. I can give everybody $10 just go into the site. You don't even do anything. So I don't want to talk about that too much because they say you got to hit with your promotions right in the beginning, not at the 3 hour and 40 minute mark. So I was hoping to go 4 hours, but I think Johnny's getting a little tired. He's running out of battery. He needs to eat.
I passed up dinner. I don't even know. I mean, I'm kind of hungry, but I drank those beers, so I'm sure I'll be hungry at 3 a.m.
Would it be wrong if you call Ryan right now and said, "Hey, dude, I was thinking we should go out and eat and try to make up for cancel out that meal right now"?
I don't know. It might be. If I suggest it's 9:30, he lives in Summerlin. They go to bed. They gotta get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm stuck here. After I hang up here, I'm doomed. I got nothing. I got no food. Got some tomato soup in there that I've been waiting to try, but I don't think I have anything that I could put together to make a meal. So if anything, I'd have to get in the car and go to Del Taco and deal with those idiots.
What about some bread and some cheese?
I don't even have that. I don't have anything.
Has anything changed since last time?
No, I got those. Get this. I've been, Sebastian Bach posted something about how people were asking him about his diet, and he only eats yogurt and granola. So of course, I immediately went out and bought some yogurt and granola.
What is that drink you got there? Is that a soda? A pop, as you guys call it?
And here, that's all I have are these. Ryan gave me these beers.
Oh, that's the beer. Okay.
Yeah, I don't even really drink beer, but he gave me these.
Beer's better than soda.
And I got these. I bought these were two for $3, so I had to buy them. It's not on my diet. And then I got this soup that looks okay.
That looks good.
I mean, I got this soup. This looks okay, and then that's it, man. I bought some juice because I wanted juice. Because I ordered a juicer, and it's not going to be here for a couple of days. But I
don't like the juicing diet. I'm going to tell you why. Juicing is overrated. Brent Muscat once told me, I've got a juicer. I saw this thing on the Netflix, and now I'm juicing. It's the healthiest thing in the world. But when you juice, it's so sweet, these damn fruits, when you drink them. When you eat a fruit, it has fiber, and it kind of takes a little off your pancreas. But when you're just juicing, the amount of sugar you're putting on your pancreas. I'm a diabetic. I'm speaking from knowledge. You don't want to juice all the time. Not a juice diet. Maybe in the morning, have a little juice, but you are better to eat your fruit than to drink your fruit.
You're right about that, but this is actually not a juicer. I misspoke. It's a NutriBullet, which actually you drink the pulp and everything. It goes.
That's good. That's better. Yeah, that's better because you're getting the fiber of the things. Right.
Right.
You don't. The ladies like the bullet also. They got this thing called the bullet, and then you put battery.
I had a gift card from Nordstrom, so I got what they had, and it looks pretty good. I just wanted to clean out, like I wanted to do like a little detox, So I figured I would do that, but it's a struggle with the food stuff, man. I don't know every day what to eat, so I ordered that Freshly thing. So I'm going to.
That's going to help. Chris, who's a fan of Phil Lewis, so he knows everything about health. He says cranberry juice cleans the organs, but that's not always true because people go get the ocean spray, and that is no good for you.
There's less sugar in it. Yeah,
you have to get real cranberries if you're going to do that. I think the secret, and I think it's what Sebastian Bach is doing, is intermittent fasting.
Yeah,
I think that is the way to do it. You shout out to New Wave Hookers, a classic movie. Thank you for adding that. But yeah, you stop eating at a certain time. So at 10 p.m., no more eating. And then if you can do it, don't eat again until noon the next day. That would mean you had a 12-hour fast. I'm no math expert, but
I started to do that now. I mean, I wake up and I have coffee with this this machine I have here. Jesus. And
that's the espresso machine, right?
Yeah, the espresso machine. And then I just have like a little something, like barely anything, like maybe some Cheerios and then I don't eat until I eat. I don't usually have lunch. Ryan took me out to lunch today, but why am I sideways? But that normally doesn't happen. So I do kind of fast by default.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think you're a thin guy, but I get it. You want to be a sex symbol, when you're out there at the Aces and Ales with all,
That's right.
Yeah, I get it. But someone's correcting my math. Yeah, whatever. You got the. This is not about math. This is about information and education. Isn't enough writing songs about that kind of shit? Information. I don't know, but I think we learned a lot, and I know that people are thinking, "Holy shit! I thought this was done. I'm ready to go." And I know some people are getting tired, but I'm intermittent fasting right now, and because I haven't eaten a damn thing, and I just sit here and I pee myself and continue to do the show because that is how passionate I am about my audience and giving back to the audience. I also listen. There's new people coming in. Personally, I think the way we should do this is I'll do 12 hours and then Johnny does 12 hours. The show will run 24 hours. If enough of you tip, we can stop. Johnny could keep buying his rich friends, spaghetti and soup too. What kind of soup did he have?
It was tomato soup. Some guy said I left to fist his real doll, which is not true and terrible. So these people, man,
Let's see if anyone's complaining about what I'm doing yet.
We're talking about you fasting. Instacart is my girlfriend. Yeah, salmon. He's right about salmon.
Speaking of health and fitness, you know who I got a message from just now? Kane Roberts.
Oh yeah, the guy with the machine gun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was Alice Cooper's guitar player. He was a very buff guy. I think he also juiced, and I'm not saying on the bus. I think he really did, but not the kind of juice that you do with a bullet. Anyway, but he says he's coming on the show next week. He said that for a month, but he says he's coming.
Does he live in L.A.?
I believe he still lives in L.A. He was in the Alice Cooper band with Kip Winger and Ken Mary, who's been on the show, and Paul Taylor, who's also in Winger. He tickles the ivories. He was in that lineup. Those Alice Cooper guys, they changed the band a lot.
Yeah, he's great.
But I think, I would love to see, because he's had some great guitar players. He had Al Pitrelli, who I think is a great guitar player, East Coast guy, and Kane was great. And listen, how I'm leaving out Michael Bruce and Steve Hunter and Dick Wagner. These are all incredible guitar players. But then I see what he's doing these days, and I Orianthi was good. She was good. But I don't know if it really fit. I think Johnny gets it. You don't go to see Richie Sambora's girlfriend playing a 7-string Ibanez at the Alice Cooper concert. But I don't know. Johnny, did they ever call you for that gig?
Nope.
You're not a big enough douche. Let's see. Someone saying Carmine Appice. Carmine Appice has been on the show. It was very controversial. A lot of people say he talked too much about himself, and people were very upset about it. I can't begin. And I wrote to his brother this morning to see if he would come on and do the same. I saw Al Pitrelli. Talking about Al Pitrelli. I saw Al Pitrelli speak at a place called Five Towns College. He did like a guitar clinic. I was like 6. It was good. Someone saying they enjoyed the Machine Gun guitar. It's funny. I thought you meant Machine Gun Kelly. I was like, oh shit.
Oh, different.
Yeah, different thing altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. I don't know what this means, but I like the comment. John McCurry co-wrote and played on Poison. Oh, yeah, it's Cyndi Lauper and Julian Lennon. A friend of mine, Louis Merlino, who lives here in Las Vegas, he's a great singer. He sang those backups on Poison. That's his voice you're hearing, and they used those on tape. Dana Strum and Tammy Monroe. That's nice. We're mixing the adult film stars and the musicians. It would be great to have them on here. What is the name of Johnny's podcast? Great question.
It's not me. It's absolutely you.
Yeah, and you can look for that on iTunes or wherever podcasts are streamed. Yes.
Yeah, you can Google my name and podcast and it'll come up.
Somebody asking about Disneyland After Dark. DAD. I don't know if Johnny's hip enough to know that one, but do you remember DAD?
No.
Guy would wear a helmet and it would shoot sparks out. And DAD stood for Disneyland After Dark. Chris is concerned that you're having too many processed foods. I agree.
Yeah. I'm trying to cut back on that right now. I'm having the soup, but I don't know. I mean,
did you lick a hummus lid? Someone thinks you licked a hummus lid.
Yeah, there was hummus in there, but I get sick from my stomach. I don't know what goes on with hummus. Something with me and hummus doesn't agree.
I think it happens with everybody. I think hummus in small doses, and I think you need something to really get in there. What are we asking here? Is Chris a real guy, or is he a protagonist of these live streams? I think he's a real guy, but he's a bit of a I don't know if that's the word, but he loves Phil Lewis very much. He holds him close to his heart. And the question about Johnny being a barber is a great question. I feel like maybe we should save that for another show, maybe even one where he's on camera. But Johnny, Johnny is a barber. He went to school, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
What do you got? Like olive loaf there or something?
No, it's my it's my tomato soup.
You're heating it up though, right?
I'm heating it up, yeah, in a bowl. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be enough food, but I mean, if I go to bed hungry, I guess that's what happens.
Well, I don't know how close we live to get each other, but we can go out to dinner and have a standoff to see who gets their wallet out first.
You can turn this into a 24-hour episode. Yeah, I know. I did go to barber college when I was in. My dad was a barber, and my uncle owned the barber college. Was one of the first barber colleges in Chicago called Whedon's Barber College, and my dad used to teach there. When he moved on to opening up his own shop, my uncle kept the school, and I went there when I was in high school. Usually, you go there for a year and you're done, but since I was kind of special, I got to go whenever I wanted. So I went for like 3 or 4 years during the summers while I was in high school. So I had my barber's license before I graduated, and I still do. But I just realized it lapsed a couple months ago, because they usually give you warnings and they tell you it's time to renew. They don't do it anymore. So it lapsed. So I got to figure out how to reinstate it, and it doesn't really work out here in Vegas. But I have been giving haircuts, and
you're giving illegal haircuts.
That's right.
You should try a business where you find people who are new to the country but maybe don't have the papers, and call it illegal haircuts for illegals. And you could be like the A-team, like a freedom fighter. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
No one else wants to cut their hair, but I don't. I'll do it.
Soup's pretty good.
But I think that's fascinating. I don't think a lot of people know that about you. You definitely have a multifaceted life. I don't know if that's the word. Someone asked you if you had AIDS. That seems like
what?
Yeah.
Why would they say that?
And that's why I'm going to highlight it. But I mean, normally,
why would they? The Players Club. Shouldn't it
do you think maybe he wants to just fight with you?
I mean, why would they ask that?
I mean, you don't have AIDS, do you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Well, right. I mean, does this guy know something that we don't know?
I had a test in the 80s when I for sure thought I'm like, well, I for sure have AIDS. It's like freaking out. When everybody thought they had AIDS.
Sure.
But
I washed my penis with rubbing alcohol once. I was so scared because I thought that would kill it.
It's a lot harder than you think, but I mean, no, I mean, I'm not promiscuous with like multiple partners or men or anything that involves.
It would be great if if he would come back and debate us or say something else witty. I'm not blocking him or anything.
What a lame question. It's like, are they saying that because I'm thin?
Well, then I take it as a compliment.
I mean, I am trying to lose like 4 pounds because I see some of these guys walk around my condo. We have a gym down there that I never use. And, 90% of it is your diet. And I eat stupid shit because I always have.
I didn't notice. No.
Well, this actually is pretty good. But I'll do a gig and then go to Del Taco or, lately I've been going to Outback a lot. But I try to eat healthy. I mean, I think I always go for my blood tests and my levels are pretty good. I could be in better shape, but I don't like work out. I'm not like I don't want to get like muscular. I mean, I guess I could.
Muscular?
Yeah. I mean, it's all about like, your how you can explode.
He's showing you the Bruce Lee back fist right there. That is a Jeet Kune Do back fist.
For a jab, if you're here, I'm southpaw, so I'm here. Usually, if you're a boxer, your left is here and your right is your cross. But I fight southpaw, so you start
with your power punch.
Yeah. So if you close the distance and you're here and you close the distance, bang, bang, like there, and you finish. You can do it like that, and it's like but I still feel winded even after just doing that. So I'm not in shape cardio wise. So because I don't fight all the time anymore. So.
Yeah, I get that. But as I said the word jab, or you said it, I realized that's a word that assholes use. I don't want to get political, but people who say that word, it's so obnoxious. You know, they call the vaccination the jab. It sounds so stupid.
Right.
Oh my goodness!
I
If you
forgot about
get
that.
do what you want, but to I ain't getting no jab, or I
That's
had
just
7
stupid.
jabs. You know, who cares? Johnny, do you cut your own hair?
I have cut my own hair in the past, but it's so long right now that you can't get the back correct. But I have reconnected with a friend who lives out here. I think she's going to give me a haircut.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm debating on whether to cut it all off.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing LA Guns did not know that you cut hair. They would have had you do it. That Randy, very good question. I don't know if you want to talk about this. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. Did you notice anyone in LA Guns having artificial hair?
I don't know what's happening there. I mean, as a someone has a trained eye, I can only guess. But
I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus, the tour bus.
I mean,
but somebody told me who knows those guys that he was on a bus with him. I'm not going to say the person's name, but he said, now listen, I was on the bus and Tracy showed me something called his wig kit. Okay. And supposedly he had this thing with 2-sided tape that he put on his head, and that he did a show with Faster Pussycat where Tammy, he likes to pull people up by their hair, and Tracy was freaking out. This is a story I heard. And I have no problem with Tracy, but this is what I heard. And obviously, if you just look at Phil Lewis, you have, like you said, you have more of a trained eye. There's a song, they have a record out, it sucks, called The Missing Piece. I didn't really hear it, so I don't know if it sucks. But anyway, it should have been called The Missing Hair Piece. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell nowadays because you can get good ones. I mean, Steel Panther, they look like that's real hair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and real live vocals too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. That's I want to get that Travis guy on the show. You know him?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get him on. He quit, and I think maybe now he would. You know, that Steel Panther was a fun gimmick. I think it's old. I'm done with it.
They're you know,
They make a lot of money.
They may lower the bars. What they said is kind of true. I've seen Travis's band that he plays in now, and I don't know. I don't say.
I didn't get it. I saw a little bit too, and I was confused. But if he comes on, I will tell him. You know, I'll act like it's great. You know, because that's the kind of guy I am. And then the next day, I'll come on with you, and I'll say, "Did you see that shit?" You know, because that's the kind.
I watched a little bit of it. It was confusing. I'm not sure what's happening there.
Yeah, well, someone would like to see it. If you guys know Travis, call him up. I don't have his number, but I would like to have him on. I'm sure he's easy to find. I'm sure he's on those sites like everybody else. You know, Plenty of Fish or whatever they're called. You know, the social media. Anyway, I'd like to have him on. He would be a good guest. You know,
You can reach out to him.
when you go see the Guns N' Roses these days. Axl Rose has a microphone that only the band can hear. The audience can't hear it.
We do that on stage with the other band we have. We have one.
Mandalay Bay, yes. Mandalay Bay believes in that. You have to have you have to wear headphones, and then you have to, yeah. So that's how he communicates with the band. And when it's like 3.5 hours, I saw them at the Forum, and he wanted to play 4 hours. Because he thought it would be cool to say I did that. And maybe he probably played overfines and shit too. But so he would go to his little microphone and then he would keep digging out Chinese democracy songs. I give Slash a lot of credit for remembering them all, because he doesn't do it every night. Once a month he'll go, Shackler's Revenge, come on. And they did it all night. And I found it to be slightly obnoxious and slightly genius. And it's a fine line between clever and stupid. So I asked Johnny to come on the show tonight. I said, why don't you come on for 10 minutes? And that was really my intention. And I told my domestic partner as she was leaving, maybe he's going to be really funny again. And maybe people will want to see more than 10 minutes. And here we are. We just hit the 4-hour mark.
4 hours. That's cool.
And I can't thank everyone enough for tuning in. If you guys enjoyed this, who knows what's going to happen next time. We'll do more of this. And I was mentioning the charity thing just for the point of I would love to do these kind of things if we can raise money for a charity. I would sit here and see how long I can possibly talk if we can do it for a really good cause. And I know
Love it.
and I know that can happen. And I know that a lot of you out there watching have supported causes that I've put on. And I would like to do that. I'm learning this whole new streaming thing just like everybody else. And I don't want to do anything. I don't want the money sent to me. I want it to go directly to the charity. And I also want to make sure it's a charity that we can prove is on the up and up and is giving the money to help people and not, help executives or whatever. So I hope that's not too political for some of the ass hurt people watching. Anything I said or Johnny said in the last hours, if you complain right now, that means you waited to the 3-hour to 4-hour mark. If you complain, you really are making a fool of yourself. Anyway, catch Johnny this Saturday night at Aces and Ale on Tenaya in Summerlin here in Las Vegas, Nevada. He'll be back next month. You can make your plans to come out and see him. Vegas is the #1 tourist destination. I know everybody wants to hear him play that song. I'm already going to get demonetized. So next week, if you tune in or whenever he's back, downhill, sort of the way my life is going, he can play it for you. Yes, and thank you so much to everybody who watched. Thank you to everyone who super chats and tips. We'll make sure that goes to good causes that we like us eating, and we will do this again. Join me Friday morning. Johnny, is there anything that you need to add?
Thank you, man. That was a long one, and everyone seemed to have a good time. And thanks for everyone for sticking in there and all the comments, and all good.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much, and we will see you again very soon.